on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City day. Deep City day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City day. Windy City day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city day. Windy city day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Windy City's day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and wait to get outside. The world is one
What's up, Deep Dish Swift? Oh, okay, this is weird. I have like lights shining on me here for the first year, and I can't see anyone. But oh wait, is this working? Love you. Okay. Is my thing? Technical difficulties on my end. The clicker. All right. So we're here, Deep Dish Swift 2025 version 3. Got some upgrades this year. Less lights and more lights at the same time. But why are we here? We are here for pizza. More specifically, deep dish pizza. But this week I was talking with Chris. He was at my house for a few days. And that's Chris, and that is not Chris. And he asked me a question. He's like, what do you get out of doing Deep Dish Swift? Which translates pretty well to my same question of why are we here? And we're in the park, he asked me this question, and I'm just like, I couldn't give an answer. Couldn't do it. I've never been asked that question before. So pizza is a reason. It's an easy reason why we're here. But it's not the reason why we're here. So Deep Dish Swift 2023, no more US conferences, made me sad. And I had connections, community support, and I know I could do something. But is it something that I shouldn't do? There's so much that comes with a conference, financial risk, not knowing anything about planning a conference, making sure people are here, that 300 of these people trust me to make a thing happen. But we did it. And then we had Deep Dish Swift 2024. And this was something that I wanted to do that year. I loved the energy, but still the same of, is this something maybe I shouldn't do? Still so much risk, so much unknown. Was the first year a fluke? No idea. So here we are, Deep Dish 2025. And woo! This year was different. This is something I needed to do. It needed to happen. And I didn't have the feeling this year of questioning it. It felt a part of me. So, Deep Dish Swift, more than a conference, more than learning, more than pizza. I hated writing that line. Deep Dish Swift is family now. Woo! So, over the 3 years, 930 plus attendees, coming from 25 plus countries, 60 plus speakers, including this year's lineup, which is going to be amazing again. And then another James Dempsey taking the stage with a Breakpoint Jam. We've had 30 plus sponsors. Revenue Cat has been the Super Supreme sponsor for 3 years in a row. So family. Code Magic, Runway, Emerge, and Century have all sponsored for 3 years in a row. Superwall has sponsored for 2 years, and then we are having new people to the family this year. Cirrus, Bitrif, Swiftly Workspace, and ScreenshotBot. Duolingo is sponsoring a meal and break. Toist is sponsoring a break for 2 years in a row now. We also have M-Stars sponsoring a break. They're new to the family. A bunch of scholarships this year from Slopes, Cirrus Labs, Happy Scale, and Help and Glow. And then we're also live streaming to the world right now, sponsored by Tramline, and then Yordi with Mac Whisper is sponsoring Launch Live. So the sponsor family is huge. So first of all, thank you to all the sponsors over the 3 years. Literally could not have happened without anybody. So Deep Dish Swift is family, but it also takes a family. Whew. So Carrie, my other half, Carrie, not Carrie. She's helped from the start. I had the idea in 2022. I was like, I think I started a conference. Without a beat, she goes, how can I help? And it's been the same for 3 years. I'm chaos. She's organized. This is the way it happens. Could not do this without her. We also have more. Mom, dad, sister, mother-in-law, and my son Hudson also helped this year. So lots of, there's Hudson. He was putting stickers in bags and moving stuff around the house. So this is a fun family activity now. But outside of my immediate family, Chris, who's been at my house before Deep Dish for 3 years in a row now, has helped put badges together, everything. So he's helped. I hate giving Charlie credit, but he's also a part of Deep Dish, doing Launched Live, and he's taking photos of me right now, talking bad about him over there. Malin and Kai were procrastinating doing their talk at the first Deep Dish, so they started a podcast where they interviewed every speaker. So continued it, 3 seasons, 56 episodes. So thank you to Malin and Kai, wherever you are. And then Morton's getting a shout out too for making the official, unofficial Deep Dish Swift app. I want to do more with this, but I don't have time, so it's so great that he does a lot of this. So Morton, thank you so much. So big hearts to the entire Deep Dish Swift family, attendees, sponsors, and everybody else involved. So thank you. Okay. Now to business. We're actually going to start Deep Dish Swift 2025 here. Code of conduct. This is something that it's been the same. You can go read it. If you see any questions or issues with things, please let any of us know. But in general, just be respectful to attendees, sponsors, speakers, staff, the building, anything in this area. You are representing the Swift community, Deep Dish community, developers, everybody. So please follow Code of Conduct. We have a sponsor quest again this year. Go talk to all the sponsors, get a sticker on the back of this card thingy, and we got a bunch of cool stuff you can win at the end. And then there is a Discord that has been super active and probably more active. There'll be channels for every speaker that you can go talk into. This is a QR code for it. If you're not taking a screenshot right now, there's other QR codes everywhere else. But that's the show. Well, my show at least. We are going to bring Michael, I say flare up, somebody told me I was saying it wrong, so I'm gonna let him correct it. But Michael's on stage, so again, thank you everybody for coming, and I hope you have a good 3 days.
Is this thing on? Hello. Hi. Wow. Thank you. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you, Josh. That is amazing. Let me just get set up here. Before we get started, I want to take a picture of all of you. So could you just wave your hands at me? Woo! Okay, let's do a video also. 3, 2, whoa. 3, 2, 1, go! Yay! Okay, enough of that. Just a little keepsake. Yeah, oh, this is piping through. Amazing. So, hi, my name is Michael. Hello. This was the place I cornered Josh and begged him to have me on as a speaker for Deep Dish. See, as soon as I heard about this conference, I wanted in. I applied to speak in 2023, and I absolutely love indie developer conferences. And while I am decidedly not a developer, I have this deep belief that designers and developers have a lot to learn from each other. Unfortunately, my talk wasn't chosen, But I thought, I'll just try again next year. And I did. A lot of very talented people apply to speak at these things. And my talk was again rejected. So back to this toilet in Spain. I am at a dinner, and Josh is there. He's right there. And I'm thinking, I just gotta go talk to him. Let him know how much I'd love to speak at his conference. Try to convince him that a designer could add something to his lineup. If only he would give me the chance. It worked. I'm here. It worked a little too well, seeing as he put me on as the opening speaker. So thank you, Josh. And thank you, Carrie, and thank you, everyone, for spending this time with me and giving me a chance. And yes, I know that opening keynotes, they're supposed to be motivational, right? They're going to set the tone, fire you up. But mostly, I'll do my best. But mostly, I'm here to share some stories and some lessons that I've picked up along the way. And hopefully, they'll leave you with something useful, or at least they'll entertain you. Because today, I want to talk about fun. And specifically, I want to share with you some things that I've learned about creating a career that I love. Even though I'm a designer, these lessons aren't really about design. They're about creating a career that feels good, whether you're building UIs or you're building apps or frameworks or games, whether you're independent or whether you're employed. Seeing as this is the opening keynote of Deep Dish, let's attempt a pizza analogy. Stay with me. Constructing your own career is a bit like making pizza without a recipe. You grow up hearing people talk about pizza, watching them eat it. You've tasted a few slices, maybe even fallen in love with some, but now you're in the kitchen, standing there with a pile of ingredients in front of you, and you're supposed to make your own. There is really no step-by-step guide for the pizza that's uniquely yours. Sure, you know the basics, dough, sauce, cheese, how much, what kind, do you stick with pepperoni or throw on something weird? That's kind of what building a creative career feels like. You've seen other people's slices. You know what a successful pizza looks like, but when it's your turn to make one, there's no exact recipe to follow. You experiment, you burn a few, you make one that's way too cheesy or not cheesy enough, but over time, you learn what works for you, what feels right, what tastes good, what you're proud to share. And so this talk is a bit like me sharing my pizza experiments with you. Here are the layers that I've added over the years, the ones that burned, the ones that I kept coming back to, and hopefully something in there helps you cook up your own version. Sounds good? Woo! So I want to talk about getting started, finding inspiration, figuring it out, getting paid, learning from your mistakes, and this one secret trick that I've used time and time again in my career. And hopefully, by the end of it, 170 slides, some of these stories might contain things that could be valuable to you. So I grew up loving computers, and for me, one of the ingredients I always knew I wanted in my career pizza was games. I grew up not just playing them, but also wanting to make them. Games like Transport Tycoon and Age of Empires and Stronghold really captured my imagination. Games was my first foray into design. I was using simple game engines to make little games, first on my Amiga and later on my PC. I think making sprites was my first love for drawing constrained things on a canvas, something I'd later use in my career. I did study computer science. That's what that looks like, in Denmark at least. But I found out I was a horrible programmer. Luckily, people wanted to pay me money to design things, and so I became a graphic designer. Yes. So when you're starting out as a designer or a developer, or anything really, you're often best served with doing a lot of work and sharing as much as possible. I started doing web design in the early 2000s, and let me tell you, I worked on a lot of stuff. Websites for financial institutions, websites for coffee companies, websites for upscale supermarkets, so many websites with bad stock images. UI for baby dental records, anyone? Yes? Anyone know what this is? Okay, you're in for a treat. This is the Jess Extender, the premium penis enlargement kit. Yes. Yes, literally. At the agency I worked at, we were doing graphics for them, and so yes, I ended up working on the affiliate packaging, banners and website design for the Jazz Extender. I put that doctor up there. Look at him. It's like, I'll help you out, right? I also worked on lots of illustration stuff. I never considered myself a very good illustrator, but people were paying me to draw stuff, and it's lots of fun, like conceptual work. This is for an antivirus solution that never really caught on. I love doing icon design very early, and so I relished any opportunity I got to work on small drawings, rendering these little things in Photoshop. I made icons for free to give away in my spare time. I did a lot of replacement icon sets and UI customization back in the day. You guys remember Winamp skins? Yeah, I did a lot of those. Making these downloadable icon sets, kind of like open source, where you gave away the PSD files so people could build them out. And eventually, like, word got out to some bigger clients. I was commissioned by Lego to come up with a new look for their icons. I am from Denmark, where Lego comes from. Trying to nail down a style that could improve on their existing flat icons. It was cool, but they never used any of them. Got a lot of Lego, though. Every time I wasn't working on something or for someone, I would try to push my rendering skills in Photoshop. So I drew Wall-E and Eve from scratch. This was like hundreds of layers in Photoshop, just on top of each other. It's not a very effective way of doing it, I would say, but I learned a lot. And I was just constantly coming up with new projects to do, like a more fun Safari icon. In fact, I did like this whole range of experimental Safari icons, like playing around this idea of other types of compasses, you know, like a scout compass, a military compass, a GPS, a needle in a glass of water, a flight compass, a nautical compass, one with the Earth underneath. What about the Star Wars characters as app icons? That could be fun, right? It's like stuff like this. Yeah, I'll just sit at home and draw things like this at night. Yeah, lots of stuff. Back when it was allowed to do lighting and textures and material design. I dreamt of one day working in the video game industry, so I would make lots of wallpapers for games that I like. You know, big Civilization fan, so here's a wallpaper I did recreating the V from Civ 5. Probably one of the most popular wallpapers I ever did was this stupid Minecraft thing. I wasn't just making wallpapers for fun, like I was making them for the games that I loved. It was sort of my way of being close to that industry, even before I found a way in. So what I want to say is that you want to start with volume and velocity. I think this is like a universal truth for most beginnings. If you're trying to get good at something, you got to do it a lot. Whether that's designing icons or writing Swift or building your first apps, it's all the same muscle. You got to make a lot, and you got to avoid being bogged down in one long project early on. The most important part of making is finishing. So even if it's messy, even if it's small, shipping builds momentum. Also, shrink the first step. I see this all the time. There is no perfect time to begin. We're very good at coming up with excuses for ourselves. If you can't get started, it's probably because the first step has grown too big or too undefined for you to take. So you got to shrink the first step into smaller, actionable tasks. So when it comes to figuring out what to do, I have found that the best advice is to find inspiration in things that you love. Now, as my career as a self-employed graphic designer grew, I was finding myself doing a lot of the same work over and over again. And so one day I sat down and made a template for app icons so that I wouldn't have to constantly do the groundwork again and again. And I bought a domain one evening and made a quick website and uploaded it. As the template grew, it crossed 1 million downloads. And most app icons made in the early days of the iPhone used my tools. So I later turned this into a platform with many templates and started charging for some of them. It's the site called Apply Pixels that I run today, and it's definitely one of my most profitable side projects that I've ever made. The tools that I've built over the years have also allowed me to give workshops on icon design around the world. And so this one thing that I made spun out into a whole part of my career. I made a template because I was tired of starting from scratch every time. And I bet you have those patterns in your work too. Like things that you rebuild over and over again. And that's where tools and side projects come from. Solving your own problems first and then sharing them. So you want to find inspiration in things you love. Hobbies and passions are an incredible, powerful source of inspiration. It's how we turn interests into side projects and side projects into businesses that are fun to work in. I love this, you gotta love things fiercely. Like being totally into something is admirable and a fantastic source of creative energy. And you wanna seek to expand the pool of things that you love, and it'll broaden your horizon. It'll fuel your curiosity, it'll make connections you can't predict. I love building my own computers. I like building custom Game Boys. I collect video games. I'm really into winter bathing. I am from Scandinavia, so I'm a huge beer geek. And I absolutely love being a parent. And connecting with things I like is a source of inspiration in the things that I make. So once you've understood how to get started on your craft and where to find that inspiration, it's time to figure out what you want to do with it, right? Now, I have worked on hundreds of projects with other people and built many things that never went anywhere. So I made a television show tracker app once, worked on so many weather apps. This one was called Outside. It was like one of the first weather apps that we did. It was featured on Jay Leno, which was very cool for me back when I started out. This is Thermo Haze. I made a Dribble app. Rest in peace, Dribble. Tried building an RSS app for iOS and Mac. Can't recommend it. Made a music festival app. It was a really fun project for Denmark's largest music festival. Got lots of free beer on that one. Worked on a service that helps you keep track of game releases. Never had a monetization strategy, and eventually I had to shut it down because it was costing me too much money. It was actually a really cool service. It was too bad. Worked on a service that helps speakers share talks and event organizers to find them. Again, no monetization, so worked on an app that connects blind people with sighted people. We worked pro bono on this thing. It was hugely popular, and Be My Eyes would eventually sell to Microsoft. Worked on lots of tvOS apps. Made a service that uses generative AI to turn you into video game characters. It was called Hero Pack. Also, just worked on so many silly stickers when I procrastinate. I actually have some of the graphic design as my passion stickers with me, so if you come up, find me afterwards. Also, some other stickers I'll show you later. Made a label for a beer, because why not? It's fun. A bit of a dream. And eventually I also got to work professionally on several games that we released, some for clients and some for ourselves. So what I'm trying to say is to figure out what you love doing and what you don't, you have to try a lot of things. Instead of one big project, you want to try to make 10 smaller ones. You'll learn more. Now, anything worthwhile takes a lot of work. You can work on a lot of things that aren't worthwhile, but nothing worthwhile comes without a lot of work. Like some of my best work only got better because I made it with other people. Other people bring skills, perspectives, and sometimes push you to make something that's great. So you also want to try not to please everyone with the stuff that you make. It's your work. Make it reflect your taste. Okay, so you're figuring it out. You will eventually need to eat. Now, I know a lot of people who build things on the side while they're employed. I've been freelancing for 2 decades. Back when I was starting out, I founded a little one-man design studio called Pixel Resort. That's followed me through the years, 18 years now. Through Pixel Resort, people can employ me to work on design for their things. I think freelancing as a designer or a developer is kind of like a superpower, right? You get paid to get better at what you like to do. So, and I've been very fortunate to be able to fund my many experiments with work for others that I really enjoy. I have over the years homed in on the sort of projects that I like making and the visual style that I enjoy. You just got to be really careful, because it can also lead you to derailing you and working on things that takes you further from happiness. Yeah. So here's a few short tips that I've learned about getting paid to do things that you like. Sharing work is how you get more work. In the creative business, designers and developers, the influx of new work comes from sharing your current work. That's just how it is. If you don't have work to share, what do? We freaking invent it. Just make it up, right? Doesn't really matter. Just find like a side project, put it on a website, do a mock-up. Like I have the craziest stories of just people that started with a mock-up and ended up running a business. Also, say no to projects. Projects that you don't love end up taking away more than they give. You're exchanging time, attention, and more exciting opportunities for something that your heart is not in. Also want to say that freedom of time, freedom of creativity, the ability to work flexibly on something that you love while living a fulfilling life, that is the goal. Money can be a tool in that process, but never the destination. Also, as someone who's built a lot of things, plan for failure. Most products don't work out. Most things never make a profit. Hype with your heart, but plan with your wallet. Okay, so let's talk about learning from your mistakes. I wish I could go back and tell myself to listen to this advice. So while you're making things, pay close attention to where those adventures take you. In 2013, I was running a product development studio called RoboCat. We built a lot of different apps. And one of those apps was this little weather app called Thermo. It showed the outside temperature in a little thermometer design. It was really popular. It got millions of downloads. We'd sometimes get these pretty hilarious one-star app reviews, like this one, right? People really didn't understand that the iPhones couldn't actually measure temperature. So we're joking around one evening. We were like, what if we made it? So we decided to fix it. We used the audio jack. You guys remember the audio jack? Yeah. We used the audio jack as a connection and a little resistance sensor and built an API on top of that. So I got to design hardware, right? And we worked with a production company to turn those designs into something that we could manufacture. Here's the second prototype. I think it looks a little better. And we figured the best way of going about making some of these would be to do a little Kickstarter. And we asked for $35,000 because hardware is expensive. And we launched it. We ended up getting nearly 10 times that much. And we looked at each other, we're like, oh shit. Because now we had to mass produce more than 20,000 units. Now we established partnerships with factories in China. We had to learn a lot of things about building physical products in a very short time. It took a lot of work, but the finished product was quite nice. It was a small thermometer for your iPhone that fit in the palm of your hand. And we were the most funded project in Europe in 2013. I got on the front page of Børsen, which is like the biggest business publication in Denmark. My mom was very proud. Yeah. Looking back, though, I can say without a doubt that I would never do that again. Not because it was hard or not because I had to learn new things, but because the work I found myself doing was boring. I was managing, solving logistics, running a hardware company, and that wasn't my dream. Like, I wanted to make worlds, not sensors. So it taught me a very hard and very expensive lesson that I keep coming back to in my career. And that is, you become what you work on. The world has a tendency to feed you more of what you put into it. So you gotta make sure that it's something that you like. Just because you can make something doesn't mean that you have to, right? I find this little diagram helpful. I've been teaching this for years. Call it the circle of fun. If you do something you think is fun, I've always found that someone out there will think it's cool. You are then, in turn, presented with similar projects. As I said, the world has this tendency to give you more of what you put into it. Unfortunately, if you're doing something you think is boring, that same mechanism works too. The world will give you more of it. Oh, you like that? Here, have some more boring shit, right? And if you're not having fun right now in your job, in your projects or whatever, chances are you're not going to have fun at all. This is something that I've had to learn and relearn many times in my career. So, I have one hack that I'd like to give you all. Some of the most successful projects that I have made would never have happened if I didn't use this one special trick. You guys ready? It's just between us. Secret to self-delusion. Yes. If you are unsure of whether or not you can pull something off, just imagine that you're someone who can. Allow yourself to suspend disbelief and step into the role of someone who already achieved what you're aiming for. By convincing yourself, even temporarily, that you're capable of doing the thing, you can push past self-doubt and hesitation. Now, we can all wrestle with whether or not we're good enough to do something new, whether or not that's shipping an app or speaking at a conference or making a game. But sometimes the best trick is just to pretend that you can and see what happens. So maybe some of you are familiar with this story. I'll give the short version of it. A few years back, I announced that I was working on a book about app icons. Yes, we've lived through this golden age of icon design, but a lot of that art is disappearing. And so I wanted to make a beautiful art book that celebrated this art form that had meant so much to my own career. Collecting, legally obtaining license agreements, and curating a book full of hundreds of works of art turned out to be a huge undertaking. So much so that it took me 4 years to make the first book, writing thousands of emails and coordinating with hundreds of artists and copyright holders around the world, often resorting to internet archaeology of finding long-lost app icons and retrieving high-resolution files from some long-forgotten source. And after all that work, I did a Kickstarter for the first book. I was crazy nervous, right? You work on something for 4 years, you're like, do people even care? But I shouldn't have been, because it got funded in 49 minutes. It went on to raise 136,000 euros, or 1,365 dollars. Yes. Thank you. Went on this amazing journey of producing thousands of books that now live around the world. And in 23, I did it all again. I was stupid enough to do it again. No one stopped me. My wife looked at me like, no, not again. This time, working on a book celebrating app icon design on the Mac. It's a story that stretches even further back. This book would be a love letter to all the art that's been produced for the Mac, a platform that shaped so much of today's visual design. It posed many of the same challenges as the first book, but this time, though, I was better prepared. I set up a site for streamlined artwork submission process and automatic signing service. I had also learned a lot about layout from the first book. I'd gone from like a complete noob in InDesign to slightly less of a noob in InDesign. I think I'll stay there for the rest of my life. That is a dreadful application. Sorry, Adobe's not looking, is it? I ran another Kickstarter, got nervous again, but I shouldn't have, because the book was funded in 39 minutes and went on to raise a lot of money. Yeah. Thank you. So I was incredibly happy with the results. The iOS App Icon book now had the sibling book. It's these two wonderful books that I made with the community, with you guys. And they're out there serving as inspiration for another generation of designers and developers. I have them right here. And here they are. Look like that. And I'm going to give these to Josh, and he'll give them away at some point during the conference. Yes. I'd be happy to sign them if you want me to. So here's the lesson, though. There's always a lesson. What's the lesson? If I had known how hard it would be to make the two app icon books, all of the challenges that I would have to overcome, I might not have been stupid enough to attempt it. Knowing all the boundaries and limitations beforehand stops us from even getting started. When we are aware of every obstacle, every potential setback, it's very easy to talk ourselves out of even trying. And sometimes I think it's better just not to see the full mountain ahead and just focus on the first few steps. Being naive helps you get started, but resilience keeps you going. I've had a lot of projects fail, but sticking with it is how you eventually land the ones that do work. Good. So one of the best guiding principles for making things in my career has been to make things that I wish existed. I have worked on things that I thought was clever or I thought might make me filthy rich, but it's the things that came solely from my own desires that has been the most fun and rewarding to work on. I did eventually get into the games industry. I started Northplay in 2016. We were very lucky with our first game. It turned out to be a good game. That's not always a given. Fast forward in 2021, I'd been running my game studio for 6 years. We had self-published a number of games on multiple platforms, both iOS, Mac, PC, and 4 games for the Nintendo Switch. And we've reached around 10 million players. But it was tough work. We've had many ups and downs, and that's a different talk altogether. Bootstrapping a company like this with funding from your own games and work for hire just meant that we could only plan a few weeks ahead into the future, or a few months at least. And honestly, at this point, I was just ready to try something new. So we traveled to Billund in Denmark to pitch a game to a large Danish toy manufacturer. Yes. It's a game we wanted to make with Lego. A tycoon game, of course. You see where my reference is going here. Set in the Lego City universe. We had invested quite a bit in this prototype that you're seeing right now. Building all the tech that would allow us to make these big Lego worlds. We had a great presentation at their HQ. Everyone was nodding around the table. They're clapping like, yeah, we're making this thing, right? They're calling their tech people saying, why didn't you make this tech? But unfortunately, due to some strategic changes from up high, our pitch was rejected. No. So honestly, at this point, I was about ready to quit. Running a studio is hard, and I was ready for the next 6 years to look different from the first 6 years. But I figured I'd give it one last shot. If I had to make one game before I closed the studio, it would be a real-time strategy game that paid tributes to the games that I grew up with. So we started working on an RTS with a twist. Instead of whizzing around the minimap as an omnipotent god, you would control a character in the world. The camera was anchored to that character at all times. And this was one of the first prototypes of what it looked like. As you can see, game dev also looks like crap in the beginning. So the game would have base building and castle construction, but you'd interact with it all through controlling this one lord character, or lady. Introduced female characters also. This also meant that you'd be able to participate in these battles yourself, right? Which isn't something that's usually a thing in these types of games. Essentially, we're making a mix between an action RPG and a real-time strategy game set in medieval England. But I had one more twist that I wanted to explore. I kept telling the team, what if this game had a dinosaur in it? Right? Here's a super wonky early prototype. It took some convincing of the team. They finally bought this dinosaur on the asset store. I'm like, Michael, shut up. Here's your dinosaur. And we all looked at each other like, this is hilarious. This is amazing. Right? Everything is better with dinosaurs. So my thinking was, in a game like this where you're in the world, you want some big targets to sink a lot of arrows into, and the fantasy of dinosaurs in medieval England was just too much fun not to explore. So we started pitching our prototype to publishers in the summer of 2023, something I'd never done before, right? Just been building my own things, funding my own things. Suddenly we were next to publishers, big publishers, and they have lots of questions. I had more than 30 meetings with them. We finally signed these guys. They're called Ghost Ship Games. They're a Danish developer that makes a game called Deep Rock Galactic. It's very popular. It's an awesome game. I now have the financial support to plan for a longer future for the studio. So fast forward some more months and a lot of work, and it was time to announce the game. I actually brought the trailer, so I think we should just play the trailer for the game. Sound up.
We didn't think the Viking raids could get any worse. The Danes are coming! You, a lord of England, must tame the land. Establish a thriving village and keep it supplied as it grows. Construct fortifications and build a mighty castle. Train your forces and prepare to man the ramparts. For our enemies have harnessed an ancient terror. In this world of steel and scale, only the bravest leaders, the ones who can defend their strongholds, the ones who can raise an army, the ones who can fight together, will be known as Dino Lords.
Yeah! Woo!
Wishlist now on Steam.
I worked so hard on that trailer. So when you're making an early access Steam PC game, there's only really one metric to live by, and that is how many people have wishlisted the game. Most indies, they aim for this magical threshold of 10,000 wishlists, which sort of something happens inside the internal logic of Steam that pushes you forward if you hit that number. Now we've crossed 85,000 wishlists. Yeah. It's a great start for a small studio, and it now looks like we'll have a future that I will enjoy. Also, Rolling Stone, the magazine, freaking wrote about my dinosaur game, right? They interviewed us. Mom was very proud. So yeah, that kid who grew up playing games, he's still there. He's the reason I kept layering games into my career pizza, until I was finally able to bake a whole one from scratch. Now running a studio and making Dino Lords, I feel like I've finally made the slice that I've always dreamt of. So there's a bunch of things that is immediately evident from that story. One of them that I keep reminding new makers of is that creative work does not follow a straight line from not good to good. This goes for both graphic design, apps, and games. Now, for the majority of the process, the work looks like shit until it suddenly doesn't. Don't get discouraged by results that aren't shaping up. It just hasn't found its form yet. Now, creative work is messy, whether it's pixels or words or code. We all have projects that feels like a disaster halfway through. Dino Lords, you saw it. That game looks like garbage for a long time. And there's still lots of work left to do on the design, but I stick with it because it was the game that Kid Me wanted to play. One of the lessons that have become part of my core operating system is impress your inner child, or your actual children if you have any of those. Now, making things that the child version of you would find cool has been a surprisingly good guide for creative decisions in my life. Adults are just kids who forgot how to play. So those are some of the slices that I've cooked up, some well-baked and some burned, but all part of making a career that I enjoy. Now, if there's something you want to work on, odds are that there's steps that you can take today to move closer. Like, don't wait for permission. Find that first step, invent the job. So as you head into this week, maybe there's a project idea that you've been sitting on, something a little weird, a little fun. This could be the week that you take that first step. I started as a designer and ended up running a game studio. You're developers. Maybe some of you will write books or teach or build your own app empires. Like, the point is, we're all making this up as we go along. But if there's one thing that I've learned, it's that work should have fun baked into it. If you're not enjoying it, you're not on the right path. So keep experimenting, try weird toppings, burn a few pizzas, but make sure that you're cooking something that feels like yours. Have a great conference.
Our-
City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited. Caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City day. Windy City day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city day. Deep city day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City day. Windy City day.
Starting our first non-keynote opening session right now. Woo! All right. Adam Shaw is up with the history of iOS app development. Let's go.
All right. Can you guys hear me? Is this on? It's on? Cool, cool, cool. Yes, hello. My name is Adam, and I'm giving a talk, The History of iOS App Development, where I will entertain you with exciting tales of what it was like to develop apps way back at the beginning of the App Store and how things have changed over the years since. I know some of you are like me. You've been developing apps for a long time. For you, this should be a fun, nostalgic trip down memory lane. For others who are newer to iOS app development, hopefully there'll be some interesting insights into how things were back in the good old days. Or bad old days. I'm not sure. We'll decide. We'll decide. Exactly. We'll start with the history of me, because, hey, it's my talk. But real quick, again, my name's Adam. I've been developing software since 1993. I started developing apps at the first year of the App Store. My first app, NoteMaster, came out that year. NoteMaster did not make me rich, but it did well enough that the next year I could quit the day job and try to live the indie developer dream. That lasted for a few years. I did some other apps, not really noteworthy. Finally, in 2013, app sales down. You know, App Store business is hard, so I did what you do. You take on some contract work, a bunch of not even worth mentioning stuff that I worked on that didn't really go anywhere. All right, we're gonna check my mic. Can you hear me still? Cool, then I will continue. But contract work wasn't for me. I finally settled down with a small indie team that makes a suite of productivity apps, time page, actions, and in 2019 we released Flow, which won some nice little Appley awards. Woohoo! Thank you. But in my spare time, I still do other apps, of course, and that brings me to now, 2025. I'm here talking to you at Deep Dish. This is my first Deep Dish. I'm really excited. As you can see, I've been there from the beginning. I've seen some stuff, so I'm here to tell you about it. Let's get started with a history of iOS app development. I'm going to go pretty fast, so let's go. Our tale begins in the Stone Age, also known as 2007. In January of 2007, Apple introduced the iPhone, and the iPhone was released in June of that same year. And between that time, we all wondered, well, what's the deal with developers? Are developers going to be able to make apps for this cool new device? And luckily, in June of that year at WWDC, Steve Jobs got on stage and he told us, yes, indeed, we have a very sweet solution for developers to make apps. And that sweet solution is web apps in Safari. I mean, web apps are fine. I mean, fine. But this isn't what we wanted, right? We wanted real apps. We wanted native apps. And so a lot of grumpy developers, a lot of grumpy users. Luckily, Apple changed course. Just a few months later, Steve made a statement saying, yes, indeed, we are going to have a real native SDK for the iPhone. And before we get to that, though, it's important to point out that even before that, there were some smart developers who figured out how to jailbreak phones and how to reverse engineer all the APIs, and there were some noteworthy apps made during that time. So props to these early pioneers who developed iOS apps before we even had an official SDK. Well, let's talk about that official SDK. There was a special event in March of 2008. Scott Forstall, who many of you remember as the VP of all things related to the iPhone, he got on stage, he told us all about it. He said, hey, this is going to be the same APIs and tools that we use ourselves, which may be mostly true, maybe not 100%. He told us about iPhone OS. Yes, it was iPhone OS back then, not iOS yet. I think this might have been the first time they even gave it a name at all. He told us about the tech stack. It was sort of based on Mac OS. And the most interesting thing of note was UIKit, which they also called Cocoa Touch back then, would be the UI framework that we would have to use. He then told us about the tools, Xcode, Interface Builder, Instruments, and the simulator, the same tools that we use today. And then he did something really cool. Live on stage, he built an app from scratch, a very simple Hello World app, but the idea was just to prove, hey, our tools are so awesome, you can do this very easily. And to further that, they invited some developers on stage who had been given a little sneak peek of the SDK a few weeks before to show off what they had built in a short period of time. After this, though, they brought out the big guns. Steve Jobs, he gets on stage, tells us all about the App Store, and gave a little mock-up, I think, of what it looked like. And he told us that this was going to be the exclusive way that we were going to distribute apps on the platform. And I think this is important, like, to have a little context here, right? Because back then, of course, Apple made personal computers. We all had computers. And computers, you could install software a bunch of different ways, right? You could go to the store and buy something in a box on a disk, or you could download from the internet, or you could program it yourself, open platform. But of course, even back then, we had computer-like devices that were more closed platforms, right? Video game consoles, right? Anyone couldn't just develop for that. There were apps for existing smartphones. Apple's own iPod had apps that you had to buy through Apple. So, maybe we were a little bit surprised because Apple's a computer company and maybe you could think of the iPhone as a computer, but back then, it was also more of a phone. And so this was surprising, but not a hugely, contentious announcement, I guess. He told us about the deal, the 70-30 split, right? And said this is the best deal going for mobile applications, which at the time was probably true. And then he even told us up front that there would be some limitations in the App Store, that not every type of app would be allowed on the App Store, and that there would be an app review period. And I know, right, the word porn on an official Apple slide, like in an official, it's crazy, right? And then in typical Apple fashion, typical Steve Jobs fashion, he said, oh yeah, this great SDK we just announced, you can go to our website and download it in about an hour, which we all wanted to rush out and do, of course. But before this event ended, this guy, John Doerr from Kleiner Perkins, Cawthon and Byers, it was a venture capital firm, he announced the iFund, this $100 million fund specifically to fund new iPhone apps. And I find this interesting because it really shows that back at the time of this announcement, the App Store was not a sure thing, right? Apple was really going out of their way to really try to sell it and push people on it and trying to even encourage it through funding opportunities. So after this talk, we all went to the website to download the new SDK. It was called the iPhone Dev Center back then. This is an actual screenshot. I don't know which way to point, by the way. Actual screenshot of what it looked like. We downloaded the iPhone OS 2.0 beta SDK. It's so hard to say iPhone OS. It's really annoying. I'll probably mess it up. But for now, excuse me. What was in the SDK? Xcode 3.1. Remember, Xcode was already existed. Mac developers used Xcode to build Mac apps. This is the first version that had ability to build iPhone apps. This screenshot is a real screenshot of Xcode with a real early iPhone app written in good old Objective-C. Yes, Objective-C. Objective-C was the one true language that we had to use. Oh, wow. If I had known all you have to do is mention Objective-C to get applause, it would be every slide. That was the language everyone used for iPhone development. There was no Swift. Again, Mac developers were used to using Objective-C for building Mac apps, but for those of us like myself that were a little newer to the ecosystem, it was a quirky little language, but we had to use it, so we used it, and we liked it. At least I liked it. I still like it a little bit. Also included in the SDK was Interface Builder. Why am I mentioning this separately? Well, at the time, Interface Builder was a separate app. It was not included in Xcode until Xcode 4, a few years later. And in fact, Interface Builder wasn't even included until the third beta of this first SDK. So when we all were excited and downloaded that very first beta and tried to build our first apps, we were doing all the interface work in code. The first SDK came with frameworks, 18 frameworks, very small number, such a small number that they all fit on one slide. Anyone care to guess how many frameworks are in modern iOS today? Anything? 60? 360 is a good guess. Let me shrink it down a little bit so I can fit them all on the slide. There's 212 frameworks in iOS 18.4. And I've highlighted a few that we use all the time now that were not part of the original SDK, right? Imagine making apps without having access to any of those. And this got me thinking when I was making that slide, it's hard to imagine, but there was a time where, as a developer, you could know everything about iOS development. You could know every framework, and you could be very familiar with all the APIs and strut around WWDC and just be like, yeah, I know everything. It was very cool. Of course, over the years, they've added so much stuff. We can't do that anymore. In fact, you know, I don't even have time to watch all the WWDC videos. You know, has anyone had this where you find a new API one day accidentally, and you're really excited about it, and then you look and go, oh my God, that was actually released like 5 years ago, just because you missed it, and you're like sad that you went all that time without it. So. But back then, you could feel really smart. How did we learn to make apps? Well, the Developer Center website was the primary place. It had great sample code and great documentation. And one of the other reasons it was the primary place is that the whole developer program was under NDA. The developer agreement, all of the APIs, all the SDKs, you were not supposed to talk about it. I don't think anyone got in trouble, but it still kind of stifled discussion. Nevertheless, there were still some third-party external places that you could learn about the SDK. Forums. I want to call it the Mac Rumors forums. I don't know if you know macrumors.com. I don't know if you know they have forums, and within the forums, they have a sub-forum for developers. This was a place where we all went, one of the prime places where developers back at this time were talking about the new SDK and helping each other out. And in fact, if you really are interested, if you go to Mac Rumors forums today, they still have every thread and every post since the very beginning of their forums, and you can search for that little time period, early 2008, and you can see yourself exactly what developers were discussing back then. There were some tutorial sites, but nothing like we have today, where like there's dozens and dozens of Swift tutorial sites. And there were some blogs, but there were no blogs like about iOS development, really. It was more like a developer who wants to talk a little bit about what they're doing. There was a developer program that you could join, just like it's the same thing, $99 a year, just like we have now. One of the key differences is that back then, that was the only way to get code running on an actual physical iPhone. Now I think there's a way you can do it for free, but back then you had to join the program, and so we all wanted to join the program, but not all of us got in. Many of us, including myself, got an email like this that basically says, hey, we have limited availability of developers we can accept, and please be patient. I think they just didn't expect that much interest, and I think they were still approving developers as part of this really manual process, and so they were learning how it went. I have a special segment. I was talking about annoying things, right? So here's a very special segment. I'm going to talk about more annoying things we used to have to deal with, but don't anymore. During the beta period, especially. Limited memory. Those first couple iPhones had very little RAM, right? 128 megabytes of RAM, less than 100 megabytes available to apps. It was hard to fit your apps in that RAM, and guess what? If you hit the limits, the system would just kill your app. I mean, it would give you a little bit of a warning before it did so. It would call this method, and you could free up memory, but what are you going to free up? Who knows? It was just something we had to deal with. And speaking of memory, manual memory management was the only mode that Objective-C worked with. And for those of you who don't know what that means, just real briefly, it meant if you had allocated an object, you had to either tell the system, you had to call retain on it, telling the system that you wanted to hold on to it, or release it to let the system free it up when they could. It wasn't that hard, but it was just annoying and very error prone. Signing certificates and provisioning profiles. So this was a 100% manual process. It was automatic back then. It's automatic mostly now. But say you just wanted to get code on a new device, you'd have to go to Keychain Access and create a signing certificate request, upload it to the portal, generate a signing certificate, download it back into Keychain Access, take the UUID off your device, upload that to the developer portal, manually regenerate a provisioning profile, download it manually, install it into Xcode, and then, if you were very, very, very lucky, you'd be able to run some code on your iPhone. I know I'm complaining a lot in this section, and if it seems like I'm just a grumpy old man complaining about walking uphill in the snow, it's because I am. Let's get back to the betas. I need a drink of water. The first SDK had 8 betas. Guess what? They were called Beta 1 through Beta 8. Beta 8 took us to June of 2008. That was WWDC. This was the first one to sell out. It was also the first one with iPhone sessions. Apple gave us some stats. 250,000 people had downloaded the free SDK. 25,000 had applied to the developer program, but only 4,000 had actually made it in because, again, of that backlog of accepting developers. At the same WWDC, Scott Forstall told us about something new that was not actually part of the original SDK, but was going to come soon, push notifications. And one noteworthy thing is when he was talking about this, if you watch it, he's kind of pushing it as a way of working around the lack of multitasking, right? Because back then, iOS didn't have any multitasking. You close the app, the system kills the app. So this was kind of pitched as a way of letting an app still communicate with you in some way when it was not running. They promised it for just later that September, but this was a big lie. It was delayed. I'll tell you more about that. Also at WWDC, Steve formally kind of announced iPhone OS 2.0 to the general public, along with the new iPhone 3G. Yes, iPhones used to be announced at WWDC in June. We'd get the SDKs in March, but June is when it would actually be released. It wasn't until the 4S that they moved to September. And he announced that all this would be out on July 11th, which was important because this was the first time that developers had a date of when your apps would have to be ready to hit the App Store that very first day. And let's talk about the App Store that first year. Day one, it was actually released a day early on July 10th, over 500 apps. 2 weeks later, 10 million app downloads. How did developers get their apps noticed back then? Well, there was a special list, which I don't think we have today anymore, the new app list. And every single new app, if you just released a new app, it would appear at the top of the new app list. And as new apps came in, it would get knocked down, but there weren't that many new apps happening that fast. And so you would get a big download boost for being on this list. Because back then, users were app crazy, right? Everyone was talking about apps, checking out the App Store every day, what's new, what's new, what's new. And so you would just get this natural, very large app download boost just by releasing an app. It was very cool. Another way of getting noticed was in the press, which of course is the same today, except that, again, back then, it was app mania. Everyone was talking about apps. Everyone wanted to ask people, like, what are the latest apps I should check out? And all the press wanted to write about apps. There was most tech blogs had a Friday best apps of the week sort of section. So it was just novel to have an app back then. And so it was a little easier to get noticed in that way. Top charts. We still have top charts now, but back then, probably even more important, because again, everyone's checking the App Store all the time. The top charts, both paid and free, based on downloads. And if you could get in the top charts, you were golden. Let's talk a little bit more about that kind of thing in another special segment, a brief history of App Store business models. Thank you. I'm excited about it. Back in the beginning, you could distribute your apps only two ways, paid up front or free. It was beautiful, it was pure, it was simple, no in-app purchase, no freemium, no subscriptions. If you had a paid app, especially the first few months, you might have a fairly high-ish price. That changed pretty quickly, though, because developers were really keen on getting on those top charts, and they figured out ways to kind of game the system a little bit, and rightfully figured out you make your app cheaper, you get more downloads, you get higher on the charts, you get higher on the charts, you get more downloads, you get more money. It was awesome, and so pretty much the so-called race to the bottom began, and paid upfront apps pretty much plummeted right down to about 99 cents. Another way, this was a brief window of time, another way to game the charts, if you had a paid app, was you'd have a paid app, you make it free for a couple days, and while it was free, you get tons of downloads, right, because everyone's downloading every free app. Then you switch it back to paid, and guess what? Your ranking on the paid charts takes into account the free downloads. So for a little bit of time, you're suddenly rocketed to the paid charts just by making your app free. Apple did eventually kind of figure this out and put a stop to it, but it was beautiful while it lasted. I couldn't get through this talk without mentioning a very infamous app, which sounds like a lot of you remember. For those of you who don't know, this is an app called I Am Rich. It was a paid app that was set to the highest price tier possible, $1,000 US, and all this app did was show this picture of this red ruby with a little inspirational mantra. It was a gimmick. The whole gimmick was, I am rich enough to pay $1,000 for an app that doesn't do anything other than show off how rich I am. This became infamous because all the press was writing about it, everyone was talking about it. Apple did eventually make the developer take it down, but I did a little research. Apparently the developer, wait, you're not here, right? The developer did get eight purchases and 2 refunds, so $6,000 before Apple's cut. Not bad for what I hope is just a day's work. I shouldn't assume that. Free apps. Just because you had a free app doesn't mean you couldn't make money, because almost immediately the world of mobile ads exploded. AdWorld, wait, did I get that right? Sorry, I can't. AdWorld was one of the early SDKs you could get. I think it was maybe the first native SDK for ads. AdWorld was almost immediately bought by AdMob, who you've probably heard of because they were then bought by Google, who still uses the AdMob brand today. And somewhere between paid and free apps was the era of light versions of apps. The idea was if you had a paid version of an app, one of the problems was it was hard to get people to try out your app, right? They would have to pay just to be able to download it. So you would create a separate version that was free called the light version, where there'd be some limitations. When users hit the limitations, you could upsell them to the paid version. And basically freemium before we had in-app purchase to do real freemium. And the word light was used all the time, specifically because other words like demo or trial, Apple did not like. They would reject you. I think it was because it implied an expiration of features. So somehow light always passed the test, and everyone used that. Of course, once we had in-app purchase, we didn't have to do this anymore. And in-app purchase came 2009 with iOS 3.0. It was done. Sorry, this is not the, I keep thinking it's WWDC. This was the March SDK release announcement. One thing people forget about is the first version of in-app purchase was for paid apps only. Not free apps could not use in-app purchase. I think the idea was you had a game that cost money, but then people could purchase add-on levels or something. Apple also kind of thought, well, free should remain free. It was like a keep things simple. But of course, that did not last long. Just a few months later, they just put out an announcement saying, oh yeah, now you can do it for free apps. And thus, the whole freemium business model exploded and kind of changed everything very quickly. Nowadays, I think paid upfront apps are very, very rare. Almost everyone is doing some version of trials or freemium-ish things. In 2011, a new business model, subscriptions. But these are not the subscriptions you're looking for. This was a special version of subscriptions that was just for content-based apps like magazines or video. Most of us didn't have apps like that, so you could kind of just think that was a little novelty. We didn't care too much. The real subscriptions came in 2016, available for all apps. I think it was the first time that there was any deviation on the 70-30 split, 85-15 after the first year. And this was the first time we had any real good way of doing any sort of time-based trial. Apple really hated anything that expired before this, but of course, subscriptions naturally expire, so they built trials into it. And that was 2016, and nothing really has changed in the App Store since then. Unless you count everything that happened early last year in the European Union, in which case, who knows what's going to happen. Up is down, down is up, left is right, it's all crazy. I'll let someone else do a history talk on that in the future, because I don't think we know how it's all going to shake out. Let's go back to the main timeline. March of 2009, iOS 3.0 was announced. With it, as I mentioned, in-app purchase, also push notifications got delayed a full year till this time. Apple gave us some stats about the App Store because people were talking about the app review process. 96% of apps submitted are approved. Cool. 98% of apps are approved in 7 days or less. Wait, they're bragging about 7 days or less? Yes, that was the review time average back then. We didn't know any better. Let's talk a little bit more about that kind of thing in another special segment called A Brief History of App Store Review and Guidelines. I know, it just keeps getting better, right? Yes, at the beginning, 7 days on average. But it was even worse. It was inconsistent. Sometimes it was 3 days. Sometimes it was 20 days. Why? Who knows? There's a big black box in the sky, and we just, lived in its world. What about App Store Review Guidelines? Oh, there were no App Store Review Guidelines. Or at least there was no document called the App Store Review Guidelines. In the developer agreement, there were some statements about apps you couldn't make. But that whole thing was under NDA, so we couldn't even talk about that. Human interface guidelines, but that's for interface. It was all a lot of guesswork and luck. And I know some of you are saying, but Adam, it's still guesswork and luck. No, trust me, it's so much better now. It was so much worse back then. Even the first year, there were some highly publicized App Store rejections. That never happens now, though, right? But most of the stories around this were around the fact that it's just that developers had no clue what the rules were. It's like, we'll apply the rules, we just don't know exactly what they are. And that took a little bit of time to sort out, but finally in 2010, Apple did release App Store Review Guidelines, detailed guidelines like we have now. I mean, it's still Apple, so a little vague, And this was the first time we could do the thing where we can appeal to a review board. Before that, we had to just stare at the black box in the sky and say, why? Let's see, this was kind of the status quo for a few years, but finally in 2016, Phil Schiller rode into town and took over all things related to the App Store and App Store Review. And almost immediately, improved app review times about 1 day, just like we have now. Very, very nice. They also updated the app review guidelines around this time, and to kind of commemorate it, they published a special version of the guidelines in the form of a digital comic book. This is really cool. They hired some comic book artists to make story panels, but all of the talk bubbles are just the literal text of the App Store Review Guidelines. So you could just read the guidelines in that form. This is really cool. You should check it out. At the end of my talk, I'll have a link to a PDF where you can read this for yourself. Be careful. It's old guidelines. Don't follow the guidelines. Just read the comic. Let's go back to the timeline. 2010, the iPad was announced. Woohoo! I'm not counting the iPod Touch when I say this. It was the first new device type that still used iPhone OS. And yes, it was still called iPhone OS even at the beginning of the iPad. iPhone OS 3.2 was the special version. They announced this in January. It was 60 days later that they released the iPad. And this was the first time we had that experience where, Apple announces a piece of hardware, lets developers download an SDK, run stuff in the simulator, but we can't use the hardware for several months later. We get it at the same time as everyone else. And the first time this happened, I think a lot of developers felt very, very uneasy about this, so they tried to find solutions to figure out, what would it be like to actually have my app run on this device that we don't have. And so we would do things like create these cardboard mock-ups of iPads that we could hold in our hands to kind of see what that would be like. I don't think anyone does this now. I didn't see any, Vision Pro cardboard mock-ups, right? You were not supposed to see that. Good thing this isn't being live streamed. Apple pushed us to port our iPhone apps to the iPad, introduced the idea of universal apps that let us, we still have this today, buy the app on one platform, get it on all the other platforms. But in the very early days, a lot of developers released separate iPad versions because we wanted more money. We wanted to pay for the cost of porting it, right? I chose the Angry Birds example here because it has the letters HD on the icon, which was a very common way, especially in games, to kind of just designate that this is the iPad version. I mean, you couldn't say iPad on the icon, so we all knew what this meant. So a couple ways to port your app. Of course, there was a third way, which was to not port it at all and have your iPhone app run in this stupid emulation layer, which I'm still grumpy about because they never let us opt out of it, and we're still stuck with it even today. Since the iPad was the first new device with a totally different screen size, that gives me a good segue into another special segment called A Brief History of iOS Screen Sizes and Layout. Some people like layout. 2008, we had the iPhone. It was beautiful. It had one screen size, 320 by 480 points. It was also 320 by 480 pixels because pixels were points. One screen size, it was beautiful. That's all we had to worry about. We could do, if we wanted to put something on the screen, we could just do it statically. Just put it at the coordinates you want to. Why bother worrying about anything else? There's only one screen size. We did have in UIKit springs and struts, so you could try to do something a little more adaptive, but why bother? It's only one size, right? I mean, there was landscape, right? That's kind of another size, but it's turned on its side. And I swear, lots of code bases back then just, if landscape, do this layout. If portrait, do this other layout, right? And this was the status quo for 5 years. The first 5 iPhones, the first 4 iPod Touches, not counting, sorry, I'm behind a slide. I'm not counting Retina because it's still the same screen size in terms of points. Meanwhile, back in Android land, right, every new phone a slightly different resolution, and we just pointed and laughed. You guys are so silly with your multiple screen sizes. 2010, though, as I said, iPad, finally a new screen size. But even back then, code, if iPad, do this special layout. If iPhone, do this other special layout. Still just very static layout, conditionally applied. The first new iPhone with a new screen size was the iPhone 5. Same width, though, just a little bit taller, so you could kind of cheat. And I saw lots of code with, if screen size greater than 480, do this special thing, It's probably around this time the Android guys were laughing at us, right? Because they're like, people, we figured this out a while ago. What's with all this weird static layout? Apple did introduce auto layout a year later, which was a way of not specifying the coordinates of things, but rather specify the constraints against other views. We still use this today in UIKit, for those of you who still know what UIKit is. Auto layout was great, it worked great, it did its job, but still a little unwieldy, hard to work with. Many of us did and still saw error messages like this in the logs. It was iOS 8 that year at WWDC, Apple really started pushing what they were calling adaptive layouts. Apple told us, stop, your code should not care about orientation, your code should not care about if it's on an iPhone or an iPad. All your code should care about is that it's running in some sort of container of some sort of shape and size, and you should just adapt to that. And they introduced size classes to kind of help us out with that. And many of us, saw this and thought, that's interesting. Why are they pushing this so hard? Maybe Apple's giving us a big hint about something coming very soon. And we were right, because it was that September that Apple introduced the iPhone 6 and the 6 Plus, two screens that were bigger than what came before and also different from each other. It was really around this time that I noticed developers really saying, maybe I should really start adapting, use auto layout, create these, or use these adaptive strategies and get rid of my static code. And we certainly did it then when the iPad added multitasking, because, when you're in slide over mode on the iPad, it's tall and thin like an iPhone. If you have code that's like if iPad, it doesn't even make any sense. Of course, today we have SwiftUI, and SwiftUI has adaptive layout really built into its core. It's actually hard to do like a statically placed something in SwiftUI, right? It's more difficult. So we have that, and things are a lot easier. And nowadays, I didn't even show all the different screen sizes because there's too many to count. I really did try, but really, seriously, like every new iPhone, if you pay attention, is like 2 pixels wider than the previous one, and we don't care anymore because we all have adopted adaptive layout. So let's move back to the main timeline. We moved on to the Middle Ages of iOS development. iOS 4, finally, not iPhone OS anymore. iOS 4 came out at the same time, same year, Apple introduced the iPhone 4, which had a Retina display, which meant that we all had to update our apps to have Retina resolution assets, with the @2x. This was a little disruptive at the time, right? Because a lot of people had just built pixel by pixel exactly what they wanted in Photoshop at that exact resolution. We didn't have vector things. We didn't have SF symbols, right? So a lot of us had licensed icons from some third-party pack, and maybe that person was long gone, and we had to suddenly update our apps with new icons. So a little bit disruptive. We got through it. But speaking of disruptive, 2013, iOS 7, the great flattening. I think this was the most disruptive thing. I think this is the most disruptive thing to happen to developers in the history of iOS app development. The OS went from looking like iOS 6 to iOS 7. All the apps changed from the so-called skeuomorphic look, where we had our textures and our gradients and our shadows, to the flat look on the right. And regardless of what you think about this aesthetically, we all have our opinions. The fact of the matter is, at this time, when iOS 7 came out, very quickly amongst users and the public, the version on the left was considered old and crusty and out of date, and apps that looked like the one on the right were considered modern and sleek, and your users wanted you to update your apps, and they wanted it immediately. It was a big change that you were kind of expected to deal with all at once. That's why I say it was so disruptive. Now, if you use standard controls, maybe it wasn't that hard, right? The OS would kind of give it to you automatically. But if you had an app where you had painstakingly spent the time to embrace the previous style and done your little gradients and shadows, you were pretty much redesigning your app. And I can't overstate how disruptive this is. I can only pray and hope that we never, ever, ever have to go through anything like this ever again. We'll see, we'll see. Speaking of disruptive things, 2014, something happened. Swift, that's right, Swift came. New programming language, Objective-C, you don't have to use that anymore. Use Swift. Swift brought with it a modern syntax. It brought with it a type safety, and it brought with it endless debates on the Swift evolution forums about pointless programming language, nitpicky stuff. I'm not bitter. And of course, Swift led to something else, SwiftUI, entirely new way of developing UI. I think not everyone is able to use SwiftUI, but I think we all at least want to. We hope that we can do that. And wow, we're in 2019, so we're already in the modern age. Don't ask me why I use Baby Yoda. I did this talk for my wife, and she said, you should use Baby Yoda, and I go, okay. But you know what, this is a history talk, so we're not even going to cover the modern age, because we'll let someone else in the future talk about that. But let's talk about the future, maybe, before I wrap up, because after all, we think we're here on the timeline, but 20 years from now, we'll be way back there on the timeline. And so Maybe we can think of what things might happen in the future during that 20-year period of time. Well, I'll give you my opinion. I can't tell the future for real, so I can't tell you what's really going to happen, but maybe I can tell you what I think will be important to developers in the future. And to do that, I can think about what things I think have been important to developers in the past, as well as all the time since then. So I came up with 3 ideas. The first is creating awesome apps, right? As we talked about, back in the early days, things were very limited. There was very few types of apps you could make. And instead of complaining about it, we just focused on doing the best we could with what we had. Just focus on making the best apps you can with what you have. And I think that will continue to be the case in the future. Trying new opportunities. As we've seen, Apple's constantly creating new frameworks that let you add new types of features you couldn't before. In some cases, new types of apps you could never create before. As well as new business models, new ways of possibly making a go at making a living on your apps. And I think, at least what I've seen, is that the developers who embrace this, developers who jump on these things, you know, like it's a way to move forward and to, you know, it leads to success. Maybe not all the time, but I think maybe another way of saying it is, don't do the opposite. Don't be afraid of new things, right? We see new things come out. It's like, I did that, right, with one of my apps. It was like, freemium. I'm never going to do freemium. That's so, you know, that's so sketchy, right, in the early days, and totally regret it. And third, making your own luck. This one's a little more wishy-washy, maybe. You know, we've seen lots of developers be very successful, and it's easy to say, that's so cool, they got so lucky, you know. But I think it's the kind of luck you can kind of make. You know, you can look at the world and decide, you know, what are things that I think people will get excited about? What are some app ideas that I can tell a good story about? What are some app ideas that maybe Apple would be very interested in at this time to feature? What are some app ideas that the press might want to run with? Not that you have to like follow trends, but I guess my point is not that you can make your own luck, but I think there's things you can do to increase the odds of you getting lucky, I guess. And on that, hopefully inspirational note, we've reached the end of my talk. Again, my name is Adam. The best way to reach me is on Mastodon. And this link here is a link to a shared Dropbox folder that has a whole lot of goodies, such as that comic book app review guidelines, as well as a lot of the original PDFs of the original SDK 2.0 documentation and sample things. And so everyone have a great deep dish. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Adam. We have about a 20-minute break now, and then Stuart Lynch is taking the stage with Swift and Swift UI nuggets. So go walk around, and I'll see you back in 20 minutes.
City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air, ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, Pitch a vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, invasion in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City day. Windy City day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast the vibe to something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch a vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, invasion in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City day. Windy City day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast the vibe to something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, invasion in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City day. Deep City day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, invasion in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City day. Deep City day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, invasion in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City Day. Deep City Day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's Day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's Day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, invasion in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City Day. Deep City Day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child.
we now have Stuart Lynch, who was supposed to be here last year and could not, so I've been awaiting this talk, no pressure, for a while. And I got the title wrong. It's Hidden Gems for Swift and Swift UI.
Can people hear me? Good, good. Actually, it's more, the topic is more, why didn't I know that? And there's a lot of things I don't know. But I was scheduled to be here last year and do a talk, and decided to take a vacation just before I came down, and caught a flight from Vancouver, where I live, spent a couple of days in Vegas, and went on to San Diego to take a cruise back to Vancouver, and somewhere along there I caught COVID. Spent the repositioning cruise basically in my cabin, coughing and hacking. So I had to cancel at the last minute, so it was really nice of Josh to invite me to come back and speak again this year. Eventually I'll catch my breath and I won't hyperventilate, but that's the way it goes. Anyway, just a little bit about myself. My name is Stuart Lynch, and I am a senior iOS developer at Createch Solutions. And I can say senior because I am the only developer at Createch Solutions. And it kind of reflects my age rather than my skills, because I consider myself more of an intermediate skilled developer. And I learn from everybody else. That is my main thing, is that I share only what I learn. And there's an awful lot of things that I don't know. But just a little bit of history about myself. I spent 32 years in education, so yes, I am old. That was the first 32 years, and I keep on reinventing myself, but I had 11 years as a classroom teacher, where I started in 1975, so this is going back probably before most of you were born. Well, before every one of you were born. And 11 years as a math teacher, and eventually computers were invented, and I started to teach computer science. And I spent 2 years going from school to school as a roving teacher, teaching teachers how to implement technology into their classroom. And then I decided I'd better get some administrative experience, and spent 3 years in hell as a vice principal at a secondary school. The worst job in the system. And then I managed, and during that time they had no direction at the district, so they invented a new position called the Director of Technology, and I got that job. And moved into a district role where I was able to managed technology, and then went off to another school district where I managed technology for not only the education side, but the corporate side as well. So it was great. I was in full control. So in 2007, though, I took an early retirement and went and worked for a software company called OpenText, and I spent 7 years in the private sector. But in 2014, like a lot of these big companies do, they acquire smaller divisions and then get what they want out of them, and then they make everybody redundant. And so in 2014, I was made redundant, and I was too old to get another job. So I had to reinvent myself again. And so what I did was this was in 2014, and fortuitously, that's when Swift was released. And I watched the WWDC video, and I thought, yes, this is for me. This is my new life. And I quickly created a whole number of apps. Most of them are UI kit, got them on the App Store, had 12. And then in 2019, I decided to do something a little bit different. I thought, I spent all this time not teaching myself. I don't consider myself a self-taught developer. I consider myself a self-directed learner, because I learn from everybody else, and I take direction from everybody else, and I love to be able to share that experience with you. So I have a YouTube channel that some of you may have seen my videos. There's 375 of them. Yeah, well, that makes me feel good, because I was worried that I wouldn't be known when I arrived. Anyway, they're mostly on Swift and Swift UI topics, and I do one every week. I released another one this morning, got up early and released another video. I'm always looking for new ideas. So I'm often asked, why do you do something like this? Why do you spend the time creating YouTube videos? And my videos take me at least 3 days to create, every one of them, because I do a lot of research and put a lot of time into them. And I found this app that's called Left, and it's a really interesting app. What it does is when you open it up, it tells you how many days are left in the current month. So today's April 27th, 3 days left. You tap on it one more time, it tells you how many days are left in the year. And here's where I have to go because my eyesight's so bad. 248 days left in this year. Then you get to enter your birth date. And you enter your birth date, and it tells you how much longer you've got to live. My birthday is on Friday. I turned 74 on Friday. That means this is going to drop down to 1 year. That's only 52 videos left, folks. So anyway, I bought the app. I made the purchase, and it allowed me to enter my risk factors. So I'm pretty active. I stay active. So now I have 6 years left. Okay, that's good. But the really good news is that I'm Canadian. And I don't know if you know this, the average Canadian expected lifespan is 3 years longer than Americans. And that's an American app, I believe, so I have 9 years or maybe 7, 8 years left to live. Whew. Okay, I'm starting to relax. Anyway, now we can get on to the topic. Well, why didn't I know that? Or why don't I know that? And there are an awful lot of reasons why the person sitting next to you knows something that you don't know, or you know something that the person sitting next to you doesn't know. And the reasons that I've sort of come up with, or to be honest with you, ChatGPT came up with, and I just use them, but they're accurate. You know, Swift and SwiftUI are rapidly evolving. You just cannot simply keep up. You may have a framework bias. You may be Objective-C, all this cheering, I had to say it at least once, or your UI kit, or now you just started learning a few years back in your SwiftUI, and there's all this other content that you have never experienced. There's the complexity or inaccuracy of the Apple documentation. It's not always accurate, it's often incomplete. You may have missed an awful lot of stuff during your learning. When you watch WWDC videos, a lot of content comes at you, but it's not complete. So how do you discover what's under the covers from all that content? You've got your own depth and breadth of experience, so you may be working for a company that focuses only on certain APIs, and now you're expected to learn something new, and that completely flew under the radar for you, so now you've got to learn something. And you may have a cognitive bias. I mean, I don't find that here in this community, but certainly in other communities and on Reddit, you've got people who know everything, and you can't tell them anything. And I've got a couple of people that watch my videos that like to tell me that as well. But I think one of the bigger reasons why you might not know something is that there might be a lack of your community involvement. And I think that's got to be the biggest key. You've got to be involved and come to things like this, be involved in some of the social media channels that you might follow, because that's where I get my information from. I get it from everyone else. I get directed by everybody else. And so you are not alone. So what I want to do is I want to start with some posts that I found within the last year of people that you probably will recognize a lot of their names, who posted things that they didn't know that I knew. So I was feeling pretty good about it. First case was Casey Liss, who's one of the hosts of the Accidental Tech podcast, very prominent developer. And he posted this post that he had no idea, and he thought he was the only one that he didn't know this. Turns out he wasn't. That you can present a sheet based on something besides a binding to a Boolean property. And this was not new to me, and I'm sure it's not new to most of you, but it was new to him, very prominent developer. And he realized that there you can bind a sheet or present a sheet based on a binding to an optional identifiable object. Very interesting topic. And along with that, a few years back, if anybody can pronounce this name, you can shout it out because I can't. Mate Kaspar Jurasik, he suggested or presented in a tweet, this was on Twitter, that you can take an enum and conform it to the view protocol. And if you conform an enum to a view protocol, all it requires is a body property. And then therefore, the case that is your enum becomes your view. So I took that concept along with what Casey Liss discovered and decided that what I wanted to be able to do was to present 3 different sheets on a view. And a number of years ago, Malin posted something on Twitter about presenting multiple sheets on a view, and I took that concept and applied it with this enum and realized that if I want to present 3 different types of views on this as the actions to these sheets, these buttons, I want to present just any kind of a view, or I want to present a view that's going to have an associated value with it on that sheet. So that's a perfect case for an enum. So we can present 3 different cases. One is just simple, and then the other 2, one would have a string as an associated value, another have an integer. And I can conform that to the identifiable protocol, which is going to require an ID property. But I can also conform it to the view protocol, which requires a body. And then I can switch on the case, and I get the associated values. So in the first case, I can just present any view, like a text view, and have a fixed string in there, static string. Or I can take that associated value and pass it in, whether that be a string or an integer. So if we have that enum that is now identifiable, conforms to the view protocol, I can go back to my view and say, let me create a state property where that sheet type is an optional sheet type. And then each action here from my button, I can present or assign a different case to that enum. So simple, I can pass in a string as the associated value, or I can pass in an integer as an associated value. And now I have all the criteria I need to present sheets. So I can take that sheet and say it's bound to this sheet type that's going to give me some kind of identifiable object, which in fact is the case of the sheet type, which itself is a view. So now we can just take that whole thing and reduce it just down to $0, add a presentation detent, and now I can have this simple case here where the enum is managing my views, and in each case I can present a different sheet based on the button. I use this all the time, and I'm always surprised when people say that they didn't know it. So if you've heard this before, well, it's too bad. It's worth repeating. It's always worth repeating. Okay, that's the longest one. The rest aren't as long. Hopefully, not quite as boring. I don't know if you're familiar with Sihat's work. He's the developer of Freemium Kit, Translation Kit, and more recently, Error Kit. He just learned that there is a non-optional API to convert strings to data. Because what he had always done, and what I had always done as well, is if I have this string, and I want to convert that string to data, I would then convert the string to data using the specified encoding of UTF-8. The trouble with that is that it could fail. Would seldom fail, but it could fail, in which case then your data object is optional. So you'd have to use an if-let to unwrap it. And then what Sihat discovered was that you can simply take that data and take the string and convert it to a collection of UTF-8 bytes and wrap it in an actual data object, and it's no longer optional. So I hadn't known that, but he shared that with others, and I thought that was worthwhile. Now here's another one that I thought was kind of interesting, because I saw Peter Friese a couple of years back do a Command-Shift-A, bring up the command menu, and he discovered that in the command menu that there's a way to take a screenshot of a preview. And so I went looking for it in the Xcode menus and discovered that it was under the editor menu, under, where is that? Canvas, and you can take a screenshot. God, my eyes are bad. Export preview screenshot. And when you do that, it brings up simply a save dialog where you can save it, and then you can use whatever you want to create your screenshots by adding your frames around it. And of course, I love Charlie Chapman's Frames app, which has absolutely been gone off the limits in this latest release. This is the older release. You can just drag it in there, and you've got yourself a screenshot with the correct frame around it. So when I was looking at that menu item, I discovered something else, that besides saving that screenshot from that same menu item, there's the option to copy from the preview and get a direct copy of that screen. And notice that I've actually applied keyboard shortcuts to those two menu items because I use them so often. And when you do that, you just take that screenshot, bring up Charlie's app, and just do a Command-V, and you're now pasted into there. Now, that was new to me because I'd always used something like Anton's app on the simulator to take a screenshot. Rocket Sim, sorry, yeah. But this does it with transparent backgrounds. I use it, all of my movies were created using Rocket Sim, I have to tell you, okay? Anyway, so I posted this, and then I was kind of surprised that Charlie said, hey, I didn't know that. And then Peter Friese picked it up. Peter Friese is the developer relations at Google. And he picked up on it, and he says, whoa, that was fantastic. And I said, Peter, I learned that from you. And his response was, it sounded generally new to him. So it just goes to show you that you may learn something, but you don't always retain it. And that's certainly the case the older you get. I'll tell you that right now. So oftentimes you learn things where problems are solved that you've had to work around for years. You've done things one way over and over and over again, and then all of a sudden somebody says, did you know that you can do that with one line of code? And so there's a couple that came up. One of them, this I thought was fantastic, was new. And by the way, if you're not noticing, I'm giving credit at the bottom right of everybody who posted those links, because they aren't me that are suggesting these things. There are other people. And if I've got this navigation title, I'm not specifying what size that is, so by default it's a large navigation title. And if I add a trailing toolbar button, it shows up on the right and you've got all this space up above it. Well, did you know that you can make this inline by using a navigation bar title mode inline? But did you realize that there is another type of title display mode? And that instead of navigation bar title display mode, you can use toolbar title display mode. And toolbar title display mode has another option of inline large. So you can reduce, right? Is that new to anybody? Okay. Good, I got one. Anyway, so that's fantastic because you've reduced all this space, and I've always wanted to be able to do that. The trouble with that, though, is if you add that's what it looks like. There's the old version, and here's the new version, which I think is nice. But if you add a leading toolbar button, it doesn't display. So you have to go back to, obviously, the inline with the smaller toolbar, either the toolbar title display mode, or you can go back to the large to get your two buttons. So that was good. This is another one that was new to me. I use widgets all the time on my apps, and they've got configurations. And I always hate the fact that when people add a widget to the screen, they do that search, they open up the widget, and they add it to the screen, and it sits there, and it waits and waits and waits, and the users don't know what to do. So they all end up with the default. But they have to tap on it to bring up the widget screen. I had no idea that this was the case, but there is one option that calls prompts user for configuration that was introduced sometime that it just flew right by me. So now, with that one simple addition to your app intent, when users add a new widget to the screen, they search for it, they add it, and as soon as it gets added to the screen, it automatically opens up and allows you to change. Did everybody know that besides me? Yes? Thanks. I didn't know that. And why didn't I know that? I don't know. Scroll content fitting. Here's another one. I had all these workarounds because here I've got a scroll view with some text that is bound to a slider that changes the font size, and I can increase that and grade its scrolls, and I get back to this size here and it's still scrolling. And then somewhere along the line, a new modifier was scroll bounce behavior, just specifying inline. So now I can enlarge that size all I want. It'll scroll, but when it gets back and fits on the screen, it no longer scrolls. So I was using view that fits and VStacks and all those kinds of things. That one modifier that somebody put in, was it ever announced? I don't know. Okay, what else am I doing? Natalia Pamfirova. She's got this book that's called Swift Gems that was recently updated. She used to work for Apple. I could have done a whole talk just on her gems. It's fantastic. And recently she did this tweet that I thought was really good because I don't pay an awful lot of attention to different languages. But here I've got this view that I want to present on my screen, and it's really 3 different views. It's the tortilla chips with the spicy hot red peppers that's got a foreground style of red and dip on the end. So how do you compose that and put that on your view? Well, you can use 3 separate views with a plus in between, and they just get joined together. But if you want to sell your app in another language, like French, you're going to use string catalogs to translate that. And so it goes off and does the translations of each one of those 3 different strings, no problem. I'm not going to be pronouncing this. I might try it, but it probably won't be very good. And anyway, the trouble is when you do that, you end up with this chips tortilla avec épicé trempé, which is wrong. Because in French, the adjective comes after the verb, or after the noun, rather than before the noun. That's an incorrect translation. So what Natalia suggested is that instead of doing this, you just take one big text view, tortilla chips with, and then embed that second text view inside using string interpolation with the formatted style. So now that you've got that, not only is it easier to manage, when you use string catalogs, you are now just getting 2 strings, and you can choose where you want to move that inside one around. By the way, at the end, I'm going to share a link where I've created a web page that has links to all of this content, so you don't have to take pictures. So pay attention, Jordy. So it gets it right. I like it when all the all-stars are sitting in front and I can heckle them instead of them heckling me. Here's another one. I don't pay enough attention to accessibility needs, though I should, because you can see I'm having to switch my glasses. You ever take a look at a phone of somebody my age, and they open up, and this text is absolutely huge? And have you designed your app to work with those guys, us guys? Well, I haven't done a very good job. So here's an example. I've got this string that's today's date. I've set a frame of width of 300, and I set a red border around that. And it's using dynamic type, and right now this is the default large. Now, some people can set their phone to many different sizes, and there are many. The trouble is, as it gets larger and larger, you lose that text, because I set a line limit of 1. And it can go all the way up to, what is it, AX5. And when you reach AX5, you're not even seeing the date. So what's the solution that you'd use? Well, the solution I'd use is, well, that's easy. I just set a minimum scale factor and set that minimum scale factor down to 0.5. And now, okay, great, it's going to stay in there. But people my age can't read this anymore, right? But it's still working, right? It's working. My view is still functioning properly. But eventually, it's going to get truncated again. I'm going to have to go back and change that scale factor to 0.3 in order for it to fit. So what Sarush suggested to do is to, instead of taking that fixed string, is to actually take that string, let me just move on here we go, and make it into a computed property that's going to return an array of string. And then as the first item in that array, use that one that you want to be your default, but then create 4 more options that are going to adapt to the larger sizes. And then if you do that, we can then take our text view, and instead of having that fixed one case only, replace that with a view that fits in the horizontal, and then use a for each loop in between, and it's identifiable. Now I've got this title that I can present in the text view itself, and as I increase my text, it's going to decide the first one that fits. So I've got a solution that is going to be readable on all devices. You're going to have to adjust the vertical, but at least your horizontal is working, right? Embed it in a scroll view with that one modifier, and you're perfect. Okay. So, you know, those things were kind of new to me, but sometimes you get things that are absolutely new to you. And so this is something that I had no idea. I 375 videos. Every one of my videos has got a starter project, and they are all developed before last year or the year before preview macros came out, and so I have all these preview providers. Do I go back and update my code and change all these preview providers to a preview macro? Yeah, it's real easy. All you have to do is right-click and say, convert to preview macro. I had no idea that was available. And it even works for things like this, where you've got preview interface orientation, and you've got the display name and stuff like that. Right-click, convert to preview macro, and it does it for you. So that was new to me. What it doesn't do is it doesn't take that constant and then use that previewable state with where you can actually now have an interactive preview modifier. A lot of previews get a bad rap, but I guess most of my apps are so simple that I don't run into a problem with them. But I think they're fantastic, actually, especially for developing. Hierarchical styles is something that I had no idea existed. And so Mikola taught me this. Here I've got this color view, just 3 circles stacked in the V-stack that you can apply secondary, tertiary, quaternary, and quinary, however you say that, to a color view, and it adapts for you both in light and dark mode. Now, Natalia Panfarova took it to another level, and she's talking about hierarchical backgrounds. So here I have an H stack with 2 cats, and I'm using a background style or a system background UI color, and because that's the same color as the background view, you're not seeing any background on these views. So I'm going to take that H stack and embed it in and the cat view itself is just these cats, right? That are system image. And I'm going to take that H stack and I'm going to embed it in a V stack, and I'm going to create 2 more of these. So because I haven't applied a background, nothing changes. But I can apply background styles as well. So there's a background secondary and a background tertiary, which is your first column. The second column is using the UI colors, and they look exactly the same, both in light and dark mode. And so I was playing around with this, and I thought, I'm going to get really fancy. I'm going to put it in a group, so I'm going to change that V stack to a group. And when I do that, it's no longer the same. So you've got to be really careful when you are applying background styles as opposed to fixed UI colors that are representations of a background, because in light and dark mode, it probably is a little bit more easier to see that a background style itself uses the background in the current context, and a group box is different than just a V stack that inherits from the view itself. I love this one. You watch the WWC videos, you download their sample project, and they've got a README file there, and the README looks really good. Whereas my open source projects, my README looks like this, which is absolutely useless to somebody who's opening my project. And so, Jack, I asked this question on Twitter or Mastodon, wherever it was at the time. Jack Field says, well, that's really easy. All you have to do is find the location of your project file. So I can just right-click in here and just actually show the file and get to my project file, and then open the project file's contents, right? And make sure that you've got hidden files, or show hidden files, so Command-Shift-period. And then you can simply just drag in here a special plist that is named xcode sample code.plist with a period in front. You just create a generic plist, but you change the root from a dictionary to an array. I mean, it's really logical, right? Really logical. And when you do that, you can come back to your view, open your README file, and it looks great. I wish I had invented that, actually. So I thought that was really cool. So now all your open source projects are going to look fantastic, right? Compositing group. I call this composting group, but I get it wrong. Here I have a circle, frame of 150. I'm going to add, embed it in a Z stack. I should say Z stack as a Canadian. Just to be patriotic. And then I'm going to add a rectangle with a frame and width, the radius basically of the circle. and offset it by that distance, and I've got this funny looking object. And if I apply a foreground style of red to that object, it applies to both of those things together. But if you apply a shadow, the shadow gets applied to both together. But what you can do is, and this is Enid, Learn and Code with Enid, if you've ever seen his, used to be primarily on LinkedIn, but now he's on all the other social platforms as well. He shared one day that there's this thing called compositing group, and that joins the two things together, and you get this. And I think, well, this is really cool because you can do things like this, where I've got this 3 views inside of a Z-stack, 2 of them using system images and one's just a text view. And I've applied a shadow that's now getting applied to all 3 of those. So I can flatten that out by using a compositing group. But then there's one other modifier that you can apply that says blend mode, destination mode out. That removes those things from the front view. And then I can embed that in a Z-stack and then add some nice images like pictures of Chicago and get a nice representation. So, you know, your splash screens or your opening screens or whatever can look actually pretty good, right? Okay. You know, all these people should be getting the credit. Now, there are a number of things that have nothing to do with Swift or SwiftUI. So there's 3 that I want to, how's my time? Okay. Three things here before I get into something else that I call quality of life. They're completely unrelated to Swift and SwiftUI. And just saw them one day that somebody posted it. And this one I thought was really cool. I use the archive app to archive, zip up things or compress them. And so what I didn't realize, or what I learned from Lucas, that if I look at the permissions of this, or the settings, you can go into the archive app and you can specify absolutely what kind of archive you want. So I always want mine to be zip files. And then I can also specify where do I want those things saved every time I compress. So I can then select a folder like this one here I've got, drag it in, and now everything is going to get saved to that folder, and once they've been zipped up, I can say open that folder so that I can find it. So it's not just on my desktop all the time. And then I can make sure that I keep it in the dock, and then I can quit the application, and now I can just drag onto the archive app, and it zips it up and moves it to that folder. And the beauty of this is I can take 3 independent things, like these 3, and drag and drop onto the dock, and it zips them all up independently, and then moves them into that folder. I had no idea that that was a possibility. So thanks to Lucas for that. Another thing that I have been doing an awful lot of is using custom GPTs with a ChatGPT Plus account. So it costs me, I think, $20 Canadian a month or something like that, but it's well worth it. And you can see up on the top left of the screen here, I've got 2 that I've created. The first one here is the GPT that is the transcript. I use Jordy's Mac Whisper to translate all of my YouTube videos, get the transcripts. You can upload 20 files to a private ChatGPT, but that doesn't mean you can't zip up a whole bunch of them together. So I got like, I don't know how many, 30 or 40 in each one. Uploaded it to here, so now if anybody wants to find out if I ever said anything on any topic, they can actually find that under the ChatGPT store for free and get it, and then query to find out if I ever did anything, and it'll give you sample code based on what I did or didn't know. Another thing that one's public to everybody. Another one is I live in what we call a strata in British Columbia, where I live. It's like a homeowners association where we've got 5 homes that are in one property, and we all have to share common property. And we're run by our own strata council, and if you've ever lived in an organization like that where you have to deal with strata councils, you know that you have to be absolutely correct when you make a motion or you're proposing an amendment to a bylaw. So I scraped the British Columbia Strata Property Act for all of the content, posted it and made it into a private ChatGPT. I also found a bunch of newsletters from a company that does a lot of questions and answers, and I now can, amongst my friends, share that link so that they can, if they have a problem with their Stratus, just ask a question. I thought that was pretty cool. There's another alternative that you can create a project, and in here you can save all your private or all your GPTs related to a particular project. So if you pay for the Plus account, that's really good. I actually have one in here that is my Kia Sportage PHEV. I have a plug-in hybrid. Have you ever opened up one of those auto manuals and tried to find anything in them? Anybody can actually do this. Just open with ChatGPT and upload the manuals and ask the question and ask it for the page number in the manual to find out how to roll down that window or whatever. I had a problem folding the back seat down from the back seat. I couldn't figure it out. Anyway, it found it for me. So anyway, I was thinking, okay, well, I need some more private GPTs, and you go to the website. You can't do it on the client. And you can tap on your profile, and you can find your GPTs, and you'll see that I've got 2 of them in here. And you can create your own private GPT. And when you do that, you get to specify some things. So for example, you can specify what you want for your name. You can give it a description. But what's really good is you can give it instructions. And you can say, I want you to pretend that you are a software developer, and I want you to, based on the content that I am uploading, tell me where you found that content and tell me what page it is, and make sure you give me code samples. Well, I buy a lot of books, and I want those books to be my source of expertise. So I've got all of Daniel's books. I got Mark Moykin's books, if you're familiar with him. I got Paul Hudson's books. I got Natalia's books, and there are 19 of them here. I simply uploaded those things to my own private GPT, and I can create it. Now, I can't share that content because it's not my content, it's Daniel's and it's other people's. So one of the options is to make sure that this GPT could be just for you. So this is just for me, but that's my content, so I feel okay doing it. Is that okay, Daniel? Yes. Okay. And I can create that GPT, but I'm not sharing it with anybody. And then I can go back to the client, because now it's available in the client, and I can ask whatever question that I want, and it's going to source and look through those documents, and it's going to tell me exactly which pages and which of those books that content is in. That's a great resource, because I'm asking my experts now. I'm not getting fabrications. It's just looking for that content. And the final one that I have to share with you is I use Mastodon. Mastodon is now where I find all of the people that I want to connect with that have content that I can get. I still am on the other platforms. I'm going more on Blue Sky as well. But in Mastodon, and this happens to me no matter what the platform is, I will post something and I'll forget what I posted and where did I post it and when did I post it. And I had no idea that Mastodon has this elastic search that you can just go and go from, and it gives you a colon, and you can then just type in me and do a search, and it's going to find all of the posts that you made on Mastodon. Now I can scroll down and find all that stuff that I had posted. I had no idea. I used to have to go to my profile and try and find it from my profile. It was a zoo. But not only can I find stuff from me, I can find stuff I can find from me with a search term of, say, navigation, and it's just going to find all the posts that I did on navigation. Or if the person is on this instance and I'm on iOS dev.space, I can then go and simply change it. Instead of from me, I can say, for example, from Deep Dish Swift, and find the post that Deep Dish Swift put on that server when I recorded this. But if you're not on this instance, like Daniel at Dim Sum Thinking is on Mastodon Social, I can change that from and specify his full link. And I know he does a lot of work on testing, so I can add testing and find all the posts that Daniel did on testing, and I can scroll down and I can find that one post that he did where he posted his video when he was at that Pragma conference and view that. So I know that I saw something somewhere. Now I have a way on Mastodon to find it. So please, if you're not on Mastodon, get on board because it's a fantastic resource. So they pay me for that. So where do I look? Well, my wife and I get up at about 6:15 in the morning, every morning. She goes to her room and reads the newspaper. I go to my room, I open up my iPad, and I start looking at all of my social media feeds, my Mastodon, my Blue Sky, my LinkedIn. I check out all the blogs. I read the newsletters that come to my mailboxes, like Anton's newsletters. I read Medium. I watch YouTube videos. But I don't read all this stuff. I make note of it for future reference. So somehow you have to have a way to curate your discoveries. And there are a number of different ways that one can do that. But there are some requirements. And those requirements are that it has to be available for me on iPad, iOS, and macOS, because I use those 3 devices all the time. It has to sync somewhere, like to iCloud or to Dropbox or whatever. I have to be able to categorize it, because if I am going to be creating a video sometime in the future, I want to make sure that it's categorized so I can find it quickly in whatever tool that I'm using. And it has to be done easily with, like, say, a share sheet or a web extension. So there you can use some read later services. I've used all of these, by the way. You can use Notes. You can use Notion that has a nice extension. Or you can use dedicated software. And the 3 that I've used that are great are Bridges, Plinky by Joe Fabisevich, that has just come out with a beta for the Mac version, so I'm going to have to take another look at it because it hadn't met my requirements at the time. So what I've been using is something that's called raindrop.io. I think is a great bookmark manager. It allows me to find the content that I want. Within the last year or so, I've had about 1,000 of them. When I was thinking about this talk here after I bailed last year, I accumulated, how many is that? 63, thank you. God, don't get old, folks. 63 of them, of which I cast 9 out, and I came up with 16, and I think I shared maybe 12 or 13 of them because my first talk was like 90 minutes long. And then with this app here, if I open it up, I can actually view in line with an offline version or go directly to the web. So I think it's a pretty good tool, but the other ones are great as well. So this just gives me quick access to the content that I need. But that content wouldn't be available were it not for the people who share that content. And I can't emphasize this enough. If you don't know something or you've discovered something, don't be afraid to share it because other people won't know it either. And I really recommend that you do that. So as I said, I've got this web link, and the link is at the bottom here, but I'm gonna share the link on the next page here, where you can actually go and find all of that content with links on the side that'll take you directly to one of those tips, one of the slides that I did. And I've even got a rehearsal of this presentation now as the video as the first of this thing here. So if you didn't get this one, you might get a better version by watching me sit on my desk and record it. So anyway, you've been great, and I really appreciate people that have come up and talked to me over the last day here. And yeah, I'm just overwhelmed. You know, there's famous people here that actually know me, and so I feel so good. So there are 3 links here. The first one is to my YouTube channel. Like, if you don't like watching videos, that's not a problem. I understand that. But you know that you can listen to me at 1.5 speed, because one of the complaints I get is that I talk so slow, or it takes me long to build up to what the content really is. I also have chapter marks in my description, so skip the introduction and go right to the meat. So that's my YouTube channel. Bento.me is where you can find all of my links, and then that last link down at the bottom is where the link to this talk with a video and the links to it. So thanks for listening.
All right. Big thank you to Stuart for preparing 2 deep dish talks. So that was super, well, it's right up here. Super amazing, and glad to have you here this year.
Thanks.
I do have to steal the podium for a bit. I have some announcements, so you can stay on stage if you want some more stage time.
No.
Can you unplug your laptop? Oh.
I'll come back.
All right, I'm going to unplug his laptop for him, so 1 second. All right, I think I'm good. Okay, first announcement. We did a revenue cat, hold on. There it is. A revenue cat raffle at the start of the announcement of Deep Dish 2025, where if you bought your ticket before some date that I can't remember, you got into this 1 of 10 pair custom revenue cat, pizza cat, Air Force One shoes, which modeling right now on my feet. So if you haven't claimed yours yet, there are 10 winners that have been contacted previously. But if you haven't, I got a cramp in my leg. Ow. Okay, hold on. I didn't stretch. Where was I? Oh, if you haven't gotten your shoes yet, go to the booth and go get your shoes. That was not smart. Charlie's doing a different version of Launch Live this year where there's a Q&A panel thing. Ryan Ashcraft, Neem, Sarah, and Edward Sanchez are very different kinds of experts and fun people, and it's going to be fun. Charlie apparently needs help asking questions, which is surprising. If you want to help Charlie out, go to this Slido QR code thing. I'm going to keep it up here for a bit and just spam it with questions. Otherwise, if you don't, you're going to make Charlie do work. And we don't want that. But yeah, that's it. You have a break now for half an hour, and then we'll be back here at 4 p.m. for a talk. So go break.
City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city day. Deep city day. bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city day. Windy city day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City day. Windy City day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City Day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast the vibe to something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City Day. Windy City Day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast the vibe to something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, time to make it loud. Pitch a vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, invasion in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch a vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, invasion in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City day. Windy City day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City Day. City Day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air.
All right, we have 2 more talks left. Woo. Woo. Okay, this one is blah, blah. This is why I'm not giving an actual talk. I can't talk today. Code that survives the handoff with Jacob.
All right, is it working? It's on, all right. So, let's see if this, yeah? Yeah? All right, we'll just use there we go. My name is Jacob Rakijic. I'm a staff consultant with a company called Pinnacle Solutions. They're out of Cincinnati. Though I live in Wisconsin, and since we're just getting to know each other, I'll tell you a little bit about me. I've mostly been in the financial space since I got into application development, which is ironic because I came out of banking. But the last year or so, I've been working on Kroger's iOS application. And it's not just me. I've got an awesome wife and 4 kids. We actually have 1 more on the way. And yeah, so I'm busy. And we're weird at our house. We don't actually have a TV. We don't own one. We don't have any streaming services or gaming consoles. And that sucks for me because I love to play games, but I have 4 kids and I don't have time for that. What we do though is play a lot of board games with our kids. A lot of fun. And this game, if you've never played it, it's called Catan. It's a great way for the kids to learn life lessons in like a safe space. But I didn't expect that I would be learning life lessons too, playing games with my kids. But that's exactly what happened playing Catan. This was recently. We're at the table, Friday night, and it's one of those moments as a parent where, well, we don't have eyes on the 4th kid and it's too quiet. If you're a parent, you know what I'm talking about. Something is up. So my wife sets down her cards and she goes looking for our son. And it's my daughter's turn. She goes to roll, but the dinner is in the oven and that goes off. So I take my cards to the kitchen, I set them on the counter, I get the pizza out of the oven, I come back and I'm starting to get things figured out and my daughter looks at me very mischievously. And I know that look because if you've played Catan before and your daughter looks at you like that, that means she rolled a 7 and that means she's gonna steal from you. And that's exactly what was gonna happen. She said, "You're it, I'm stealing from you." And so I've got this pizza fingers. I'm rubbing it on my, sweater, trying to get it off, all the grease. And my wife tells our son, "Get that marker out of your mouth, man." And so I'm a little distracted. I look at the table. I gotta get cards for her to steal. So I grab the cards that are near my spot on the table. I shuffle them up. I let my daughter take one. And my wife comes back and says, "Those are my cards." Sorry. I'm a flawed human. I didn't mean to, I promise. But this is the kind of situation that we want our kids to experience so that they can reflect on and go, well, that didn't go so well. How did I screw that up? So I have to ask myself the question, what happened? And it's really easy for me to knee-jerk reaction and say, well, I was just distracted. But that doesn't answer the question, what happened? So I have to ask myself, really, truly, what happened? When I was distracted, I chose to rely on my assumptions so that I could make a decision. That decision was, those cards must be mine because they're by my spot. I never validated that that was true. Instead, I favored quick action over correct action. I wish I could tell you I only do this when I play games with my kids, but I do this at work. I've done it for years. It's a bad habit I've had. I was working on a banking application. It was a small startup within a larger company. There were 3 of us working on this project. And we were all proficient in the Kotlin language. So our stack was Kotlin on Lambda for the server, Kotlin on Android, and then Swift for iOS. I was the only Swift engineer. But we chose that we would work in this space full stack all together all the time. And since most of us were proficient in the Kotlin language, that meant we did the contract negotiation and the first implementation Android first. And so we were writing a lot of Kotlin. If you've never seen it before, it probably looks a little similar to Swift. Suspend is basically the same as async. And Kotlin is funny, Swift is funky. That's how I remember the difference. So what we would do is we would navigate the code. We would figure out like what's the architecture we want. We'd write it in Kotlin first. And since Kotlin native was in beta, Kotlin multi-platform wasn't a thing, we chose that we would just copy the code and paste the code into Swift and then change it because it was pretty similar. So we make it a func. In Kotlin, you don't have to name the arguments by default. It made copy pasting easier, so we just used unnamed arguments. And then we would change the result type. We needed deferred result. Combine was our solution. And this was basically all we had to do to share code, right? But we needed to get a bunch of stuff out there real fast because the banking vendor that we were using required a ton of features just to get one user. And we needed users because it was a startup. We were broke. So after we got some users, we were able to hire some engineers. We hired 2 more. And there's a thing that happens when you introduce new people into your code base. Your flow is different, right? Things change, new personalities, new ways of thinking, ways of doing things, and there's this process that occurs where you go from doing things one way to doing it a little bit different, and that takes a while. As soon as we got comfortable working together, we started actually splitting up a little bit because we had a lot to do. And so one of the engineers decided that they'd clean up as they went. They alphabetized the function. Yeah. But they never alphabetized the call site that mattered. And we shipped that bug to production. Yeah, not fun. You see, the code that I wrote didn't survive a simple handoff, a quick ownership change. The embarrassing part, though, is I reviewed that PR. Yeah, I did. And so did 2 of the other guys that were on the team. Because we were doing something that I do. We were favoring quick action over correct action. We had a lot of assumptions. We assumed that we wrote better tests than we did, that the CI pipeline would have stopped that PR. We assumed that this other engineer already approved it. They did a thorough review. I can just look at the stuff that I care about. You know, stupid stuff like that. We did that. So I want to talk about assumptions for a minute because it became apparent to me then that I'm not the only one that has that problem. My 2 coworkers had that problem too. It's not just bad assumptions we have assumptions all the time. I'm assuming today that I get to eat, right? It doesn't sound like an assumption because it's reinforced by our experiences. We've got great supply chains. I can walk into a restaurant right down the hall and I can eat. This is the way it is for various reasons, but the reason I think I can eat is because I have a high trust mentality. And I think most of us do in this society. We have a high trust mentality when it comes to our assumptions about others and our systems. I'll give you a better example. You're driving through a green light in Chicago. Are you going to stop your car and check both ways, make sure you're not going to get hit? I don't trust you. I would say no, you're probably not. There's a lot of assumptions there. You're assuming that the cross traffic has a red light. That system is functional, the code is working, right? You're assuming that the people are not on their phones, they're paying attention, they're not drunk or something. They're able to pay attention to the red light. Their vehicle is functional, their brakes work, they can actually stop. There's a lot of high trust assumptions in that one moment, and you don't even think about it, you just drive. So if we're in this scale from high trust to low trust, and we're usually on the high side, not always like all the way to the extreme where you're naive about it, but you're up there. There are moments that make you go to low trust. The best example, I think, since we have people from all over the world here, that I can give is what happened during COVID and our supply chains. They changed. Something changed, and things we used to be able to get, we couldn't anymore. And that impacted our relationship with toilet paper. I don't know if you remember that. But things got a little weird. And I'll tell you, I don't have a TV. I didn't have any social media. Walking into a grocery store in March of 2020, that was a weird month. Some of y'all didn't go low. You went like way off the deep end. And y'all were weird. All right, things got strange. When our assumptions no longer support the way that we were living, we make different choices. We all make assumptions. And the assumptions we make inform the way we choose to behave. So we have to ask the question, what assumptions are we making when we write our code? Now, I'm sure you didn't expect me talking about Catan to land here, but I don't have a TV, my brain works weird. So, let's talk about some assumptions that we have. This one I've already talked about. The tests are going to catch our mistakes. We have assumptions about our upstream systems or vendors. Those systems are reliable. Apple APIs, they're not going to do weird things, right? Or we have assumptions about our users. They wouldn't use it like that. That's crazy. We have assumptions about our stakeholders and our business partners. We've been talking about this feature for 3 months. We did user testing. We have it nailed down. I'm halfway through developing it. They're not going to change the requirements now. I wrote docs. People are going to read them. Or I'm reading docs. Those are up to date. Or that one rock star engineer that you've worked with and they are just so much better than you. They're not capable of making a mistake. That smart person can't do anything dumb. Those are all assumptions. And I've broken all of them. Well, it depends if you consider me smart or not. So I can tell you what happens when those assumptions are broken. We're going to ship bugs, crashes, or degraded user experiences. And that means we have to go clean up our mess. And it's usually not nearly as quick as causing the crash, right? And that's the code and the work that we don't enjoy changing. So if that's true, should we have such high trust assumptions about the code we're writing and who we're writing it with? I think you know where I stand on that. So the goal of my talk is actually to convince you to remove your urge to rely on your assumptions. Instead, I'd like you to lean on the compiler to just enforce the original intent of your code. Now, we can go too far. I was talking to someone about this before. You can go too far and make code that you don't want to work in at all. It's too strict. So I have 3 guides I use to try and do this well. The first guide is to favor being explicit over being implicit. I say favor instead of always because I want to make it hard to do the wrong thing, but I don't want to build prisons that I have to be in every day. I still want to make it easy to do the right thing too, because I want to enjoy my job, and I'm sure that you do too. So, how do we favor being explicit instead of implicit? I'm sure you have a bunch of examples going through your mind right now. Use an enum if you have finite options, or use an unsigned integer if you should never go negative. Those are great examples. In the case of the banking mistake that haunts me, we could have simply just used named arguments. That could have been a good idea. We didn't. But if we had, and that engineer decided to flip around the arguments at the function declaration, the compiler would have said, yeah, you probably look over here too. And that's useful. But it doesn't solve all the problems, so I'm going to rewind that change, because we could make mistakes at the call site and swap those arguments as well. And this is accepted by the compiler because I'm using 3 of the same type. They're all strings. And that reminds me of a video. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but you could Google it. It's called The Square Hole. Yeah. So we're going to play through that a little bit, all right? You're going to help me out. The guy picks up the block. He goes, where does this go? She goes, the square hole. And he's like, yeah, that's right. It goes in the square hole. And he picks up the next block. He goes, where does this one go? And she goes, the circle. And he goes, yeah, it goes in the square hole. That's right. Yeah. What about this one? Where does that one go? And she's starting to get confused. But she's like, that goes where the star goes. And he goes, no, that goes in the square hole. And she's obviously upset. And the last one, he goes, where does this one go? Yeah, you guessed it. It goes in the square hole. That's right. And by the end, she's weeping. She trusts nobody. For good reason. We shouldn't write code like that. I did. We should be making it hard to do the wrong thing. Now, I told you I gave up a TV and gaming systems, but I am a nerd and I love RPGs. So my next example, we're going to get nerdy together and we're going to talk about building an inventory system for a game. If you've never tried to do this, I recommend it because, 1, it's a lot of fun, but 2, it informs a lot about the way you choose to do your data modeling because your backpack will not have items of the same shape. A piece of armor does not have damage and a weapon does not have an armor class, or whatever I called it here. So what I used to do, and what many of us do, is we use optionals to catch every case and every permutation on the JSON that comes back. So our array of items will have a bunch of optional cases, and we have to figure out how to know if it's a weapon or if it's a piece of armor. And so we get clever, and we're like, okay, I'll just give myself a little helper method. I'll say, it's a weapon if it has damage, or it's armor if it has an armor class. And then, as we go on and we start building our game, we're like, you know what, I could use some potions to give me some power-ups or more health. So I'm going to add potions to my inventory, my backpack. And now I need to find clever ways to figure out how the potions are different. I need a healing potion, a speed potion, or whatever. And it gets very, very big, very, very quick, and it becomes very difficult to know what the heck you're working with. I'm going to minimize that because I don't have any screen space left. If we're going to use this, we would say, okay, if I have a weapon, I can do something with it. But I still have to unwrap the damage to use the damage. But it doesn't prevent us from accessing anything else that's on the item. I can get the armor value. If I wrote a drink function on the item because I have potions, I could drink a sword. This is the item I made. That's ridiculous. And so I set down this project for a while because you get busy, 4 kids and all that. And you come back 4 months later and you're working in the code. It's your own code, but you're going to work in the combat system and you've got all these items and you're like, what on earth did I do? What is this thing? That's the code I wrote. So that set me on a side quest to figure out if I could be more explicit and make it hard for me to do the wrong thing. I shouldn't be able to drink a sword, but that's the thing I did. So how do I make it explicit? How do I have a weapon and a armor and put it in, or an armor, however you say that, and put it in an array that is the same array? They're two different types without using the any type. I don't want to do that. Well, the obvious answer is an enum with associated values. Turns out you can actually make these codable. You just have to do it yourself. There's no magic in this gaming part of the system. We have to write the custom encoder or decoder ourselves. Now, what I'm about to show you is what I wrote in an article like 4 years ago. I don't actually recommend you go over every case and try. That's not the way I would do it. I have other opinions. You can talk to me later. But just so you know that it works, you can decode different objects into an enum from the server. And if you don't want to do it that way and you want to do like a DTO and map it into other models, you could do that too. But then you have explicit items that you know how to wield in the rest of your code base. It's very clear what's the weapon, what's the potion, what's the armor. You won't make the same mistake that I did trying to drink a sword. Now, as much as I love RPGs, I should probably talk to you about code I've shipped to production and that stupid banking mistake that I made. So we had this resend card function. There were 3 different identifiers that were all the same type. And because they were all the same type, we made the mistake of swapping them out, and we shipped a bug to production. As a team, we decided that the hard thing that we need to implement in our code is preventing an ID to get passed somewhere it doesn't belong. We should make it hard to do that. So we chose to make custom structs for each identifier. Because if we passed a different type, well, the compiler would yell at us and say, don't do that. So we did that. We made a user ID, an account ID, a card ID. We slapped them on the structs that they belonged to. We used them in the function. And that solved the issue of being able to swap things out. But the bad news was the rest of the people at the greater company didn't like that pattern. They didn't want to adopt that pattern because it was too much boilerplate to write a new type every time you needed a different identifier or an email or an ID token or something that could be represented just by a simple string. So imagine that you're in a park. This is baseball season in the United States, so you're obviously eating a hot dog. And you're enjoying your day. It's beautiful. You can smell the flowers. It's awesome. Would you sit down right next to a trash can to eat your hot dog? Probably not. Our sensibilities tell us that we should hide the disgusting things, right? We're going to put them behind trees somewhere. We don't want to look at them. We don't want to smell them. But the thing that happens when you can't find something is people take shortcuts. And when that happens, because it wasn't easy to find a garbage can, we have a mess. And when we have enough people making messes, it gets pretty disgusting pretty quick. And then when people come to the park, they don't want to stay very long. They leave. What I found interesting is a little bit of history about Disney, Walt Disney. He had this weird rule. I think it was named the one hot dog rule originally. And basically, the amount of time it took for him to consume a hot dog was the exact distance that 2 garbage cans should be in the park. I think 30 steps is a pretty aggressive hot dog consumption rate, but that's the rule. And so approximately every 30 steps, there's a prominently displayed garbage can in the middle of the walkway all throughout the park. But you'll notice something about Disney parks. They're quite clean. So the thing that our sensibilities tells us not to do, to have trash cans right in our line of sight, is precisely the thing that keeps it clean. So, in the same example, it becomes very easy for someone to choose to do the right thing. And that's what I didn't do when I made that pattern of you will make a struct for each identifier. I didn't make it easy to do the right thing, which is to propagate patterns that keep the code safe and clean. So what the developers actually wanted was not one struct for each identifier. They wanted one identifier. But then we're back in the same spot. where if I have 3 identifiers that have the same value type, the compiler doesn't help me. When I think of trying to make something reusable, I think of generics. And this doesn't do anything for us either, because if I have an identifier where the value is string, and I have 3 of those, they're the same type, it does nothing. But what I didn't know then, and I do know now, is I can actually pass another generic argument that's never used at runtime. And because it's not used at runtime, we think that we shouldn't do that. Like, I don't have any purpose in putting that generic in there because I'm not going to use it. But the truth is the compiler knows the type. If I give it to my user and I say that I have an identifier with a generic value of self and a generic value of string, it knows that that's a different thing than an identifier with an account and string. Now, they call it the phantom type because it's not used at runtime, but I find that language to be kind of a roadblock to understanding. I'm looking for an identifier that has an owner. So I would much rather change the generic argument to say what I mean. This is more clear, in my opinion. And now we have something we can use and reuse. In the function that we had before, we could say, I have an identifier where the owner is a user and the value is a string. And since we made it generic, if we determine that we're always using UUIDs as the string, we could update that. The downside there is we have a blast radius that we have to go clean up because we changed the type and now we have to go all over the code base to clean that up. And if that sounds gross to you, it sounds gross to me too. I'd much rather have some kind of type alias or associated type that references the underlying type that I don't have to go change everywhere. And this is the exact syntax we get from the identifiable protocol. If we throw that on the identifier, or sorry, the user, we would get that syntax. Unfortunately, I have to make one change on the identifier to do that, and I just need to make it hashable. Once we've done that, we get that syntax out of the box, and we have a very reusable identifier. So I'm going to do what I like to do, copy and paste. And I'm going to do that in the account and the card. And now it looks like I've got 3 of the same identifiers, but they're nested in different structs, which means I have 3 different types. So I can go to that resend card function, and I can use that syntax, user.id, account.id, card.id. And it's referencing the type that was in the struct. But I don't have to say identifier, user, string or UID or whatever it is. And if we continue to be lazy, like I tend to be sometimes, and I'm copy pasting from Kotlin and I reorganize the code, the compiler will still tell me that I didn't do it right. This is the kind of code that would have survived that ownership change because the context is preserved by the compiler. I don't have to remember the details. I can let the compiler enforce that code. And if you're anything like me, when you walk away from code for a while and you come back, you're prone to mistakes. This saves me from me. So I try to do this well by favoring being explicit instead of implicit, by making it hard to do the wrong thing because I don't want to build a prison. I want to make it easy to do the right thing too because I'd like to build a park. I want to be in a code space that I enjoy being in, where people clean up after themselves before they leave. So if you've got ideas on how to do that kind of thing well and steward the code in that way, please connect with me and tell me about it. I'm not really a big social media person. You can find me on LinkedIn. That works.
All right, thank you, Jacob.
Thank you.
Where are we at with time here? Okay, 15-minute break, and I think we'll start the next talk 15 minutes early. Does that work for everyone? So we can get pizza sooner? All right, cool. All right, thank you, Jacob.
Did I power through that fast? That's funny.
City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited. to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, invasion in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City Day. Deep City Day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, everybody will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, invasion in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City Day. Deep City Day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City Day. Windy City Day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast the vibe to something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City Day. Windy City Day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast the vibe to something wild.
All right, we have our last talk of the day happening in probably 20 seconds. So here is Allison with prompt engineering for accessibility. Whew, hard word for me to say. All right, let's go.
Hi, everyone. My name's Allison McIntyre. You might remember me from last year. I was the woman who won the pizza socks and the Ninja Turtle seasoning, and it was great. I'm also an engineer at Urban Outfitters. I work for Nuuly. So Nuuly is a clothing rental subscription service. What we do is we have a customer-facing iPhone app where you can go and you can pick the clothes that you want to receive in your Nuuly box. We also have several Android apps that are part of our distribution center. If you or your friend or anyone you know gets this box in the mail, that means they use my app. Yeah. We're very proud of the work we do at Nuuly. We were recently recognized for our innovation, and it's because we are using engineering at every point of the process. We've really revolutionized the way that we clean and repair the clothes and get them back out to the customer. And I've been able to work on all sorts of projects involving logistics because of this, and I've had a wonderful time at Nuuly learning about all the different ways that we can use technology to solve problems. Also, I want you to know I have 5 free codes, so if you're interested in Nuuly, you want to try it out, come and see me afterwards. At least 5 people can get a free month. So about 6 months ago, we decided we were going to go on an accessibility journey because we are in the process of refactoring our app with SwiftUI. And we realized since we don't really have accessibility in our app, we would like to include that as part of our SwiftUI refactor. And one of the things that I heard at Grace Hopper when I was there in October is that if you are solving for accessibility, you're expanding your user base. It's important to know that 1 in 7 of your users is locked out of some sort of functionality if you don't have accessibility built into your views. And so that's something that I've tried to keep in mind as I've learned how to add accessibility as we are refactoring our SwiftUI views. I've been trying to think about how we can add the different layers of accessibility in, how we can learn as much as possible as we go, and we are continuing on that journey as we go, and we'll continue to go adding accessibility as we refactor our app. But if you ask ChatGPT, is SwiftUI accessible out of the box, which is a common misconception about SwiftUI, it will tell you, yes, it is accessible by default, but can you ship it without extra work? No, not if you want it to be good. A few key resources before we start. I want to tell you about this repo that was published by CBS in conjunction with Apple. And it is an example repo for every type of component that you might be working with in SwiftUI and the good and bad examples of how to handle accessibility around each of those components. This also comes with a companion app that you can download from the App Store, the A11Y Techniques app. We have been using this on our team as an accessibility HIG. Every time we have a question, what should this component do? What should this component do? We go and we look at how they handled it in the A11Y app. And so we've gotten a lot of information there. I also want you to know about the Google White Paper for Prompt Engineering, because I'm not going to just talk about accessibility. I'm also going to talk about how we can craft better prompts to get better information about accessibility as we're working. So please go and check out this white paper. It outlines all of the prompt engineering strategies I'm going to be talking about today, as well as this repo from OpenAI, which is a cookbook for prompt crafting or prompt design. And it will give you all sorts of great examples as well as great research on how to write better prompts. A few more things before we get started. One thing that I did that I found really helpful as we started this journey was I started to think about how are our users going to be using this and how can I get that information? And so one thing that I did was I went to YouTube and I looked up as many different videos as I could find of people using accessible apps. So just briefly. My sound is not working. That's not going to be great. This woman shares with us how...
Hi, I'm Christy. I'm just showing a little video of how a blind person would use an iPhone. So basically... Double tap Twitter. you go to, you run your finger along the screen and you find what you're looking for. And there's like a little bit of a vibration, so it helps too. And it reads everything on the screen as you're going. And so then I open Twitter.
Vertical scroll bar. 46, 36, 26, 60, 60,
And
0,
it's at the top of the Twitter page now.
Compose tweet.
And I'm gonna compose a tweet.
Cap F.
And normally you would use the regular keyboard here, but the iPhone also has this other keyboard where when you turn it, now I can braille and use a braille keyboard, so.
.sig, cap I, apostrophe M, space, REATING, space A, space TWEET, space RIGHT, space NOW, period. Now, space, .sig, cap I, space, LOVE, space ING, space MY, space I, cap AONE, period, iPhone.
And so,
Portrait.
then I can read what I wrote.
Cap G. Using my iPhone, voice recording, text field, is editing. I'm creating a tweet right now. I love using my iPhone, character mode, insertion point at end.
So I could share that if I want,
Misspelled words.
but that's pretty much the idea.
So I found that to be very useful because I was not able to access this information otherwise. Going to find people who provided that for me, to find out how people are using VoiceOver, how people are using voice control, how people are using keyboard navigation. And so I really recommend that you try that out. It will open your eyes about how to test this manually and what problems you're trying to solve for as you're adding accessibility. And also, I want to tip my hat to the things I learned last year at Deep Dish Swift. I not only got pizza socks, I also opened my eyes to how I can automate as much as possible as I'm coding. And also, there was a presentation that was about UI first development, and that was something that I adopted as I made the demo app that I'm going to show you in a second. I adopted the 2-2-2 rule. So I did a prototype quickly, I did a MVP quickly, I put it in the App Store, and then I made changes after that in a 2-2-2 schedule. And also I was inspired to think about how apps need accessibility, and I learned about tavern-style pizza, which I had never heard about before. And I did not get a chance to try, but I will definitely do this year. Now here's our demo app. So my husband does trainings for the city of Philadelphia, and he wanted something where he could have a game show buzzer when he was reviewing concepts. He could have people in his audience just buzz in, and then he could assign points to the people that he was leading training for and sort of host a fun game quickly and easily. And then we thought, well, let's use some AI in that too. So we made an AI trivia generator, put that in there. And it's been a fun app for us to play around with. It's been fun for him to use in his trainings. But of course, it was not accessible out of the box. It was purely Swift UI, but there was a lot that we had to do with it to make it accessible. So my accessibility goals for my app, I wanted to make sure that I was using dynamic type. I wanted it to be easy to read. I didn't want anything to be clipped. I didn't want any low contrast. I wanted great hit regions for buttons and text fields. I wanted keyboard navigation. I wanted voice control. I wanted voiceover, but not just voiceover. I wanted meaningful voiceover. I wanted the voiceover to be part of the context and sort of branding of my app. And then finally, I wanted to make sure that it works in assistive access, which is new from 2023. It was introduced. So let's see how we did. Now, this is before I added the accessibility layer. This is just with the Swift UI out of the box.
Instant gamma shell. Start new game button. Join game button. Account button. Start new game button. Close button. Host your own gamma shell. You provide the questions and check the answers. Switch button off.
So you can see my
Double tap to toggle setting.
terms and policy, that's native, so
On.
Dynamic type worked well there. But not
Type
with
your
my
own
other ones.
topic. Ellipsis. Text field. Double tap text field is edit. Cap P. Cap I. In cap Z. Cap P. Cap P. I. Z. 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 Pizza. Pizza. Return. Return. AI hosted gamma shell. Start AI gamma shell button. Close button. Play, image. Play, image. Curtains, image, titty. Pizza. What is the traditional Italian name for a pizza with tomato, mozzarella, and basil toppings? 3. QRCODE settings.
That didn't work at all. You can
Play,
imagine if-
image, play, image. Curtains, image,
That's fine, you get the point. You can imagine if a person is not able to see your app and they're hearing gobbledygook, they would not be able to play this game. So I definitely was not able to just ship it with Swift UI and say that it's accessible. Just like AI told me, it's not going to be good. So I decided I was going to look at different ways that I could use technology to make sure that my app was accessible. The first thing I wanted to do was I wanted to learn how to test it. So I went and I found the videos where I could learn what the strategies are, what the ways that people are using the different accessibility strategies and how to test them manually. But also I looked for ways that we could test it in the IDE. So I found that in UI tests, we can use this perform accessibility audit test. And that will give us a great log of all the places in our app where we have accessibility violations and kind of point us towards how to solve them. You start by adding accessibility identifiers to everything in your app. Now, it is a misnomer that this has anything to do with accessibility. This is just opening your views to UI automation. And if you're like any of the teams that I've ever been on, then you've never written a UI test, because that's not really all that common. We write unit tests. We have great unit coverage. Every team I've ever worked on has had great unit test coverage. But as far as UI tests, they just don't exist. So I had a hard time understanding the tutorials on how to make this work, and I'm hoping maybe I'll fill in the blanks for some of you as well. But what you do is you add your accessibility identifier to any view that you want to make testable, and then you can see the UI test below. I'm telling the UI where to find that button by the accessibility identifier. And then when I tell it to tap that button, it performs the action in the UI that moves the UI state to the next state that I want to test. It has no effect on voiceover, voice control, etc. It's completely unrelated to that. So if you are setting up a UI test for the first time, you need to know that if you're doing perform accessibility audit, you want to make sure that you have continue after failure set to true. Otherwise, it's just going to stop at the first violation that it finds, and you want to find all 700 violations. And so you want to set that condition to true in your UI test. And then if there's any sort of information that your UI needs to advance its state, you've got to find a way to give that information to the UI. It's sort of like dependency injection, but it's configuration-based test injection. So for example, here, my app needs to be logged in and have a user account in order to show the Start New Game button. And so to get my app into that state, I'm going to have to inject configuration to the UI. Otherwise, all my tests are going to fail. They're not going to be able to find the button. The button doesn't exist on the screen yet because the user isn't logged in. So what I ended up doing was I ended up adopting the process info. So I can set these process info flags in a configuration file. And then in my UI, I can set up a call that I only allow to run in the debug environment. You can see the flags around that. So this never runs in the production environment, will never affect the UI for your end user. But however, when we're running our test, we can tell the UI, pretend you are this fake user and proceed as if you are this fake user. So how that plays out in my app, in my UI tests, is you can see that the UI is running, and it identifies, it sees that it's logged in, and so it shows us the logged in view. It identifies the start button. It tells it to tap that button, which moves us on to the next view, and then it starts to test things like dynamic type and scale them up and down, and all the things that are available. You see scaling the dynamic type there. And so now we have these functioning accessibility audit tests. We can move from view to view to view, and we can test in each view how the app looks in that particular view and whether or not it passes the accessibility audit. And that was really the missing piece for me when I was looking at these tutorials about perform accessibility audit, because I didn't know how to move my UI tests through the UI views, and so I thought that that app.perform accessibility audit was for the entire app, and I was wrong. So you can see now, I run the same test with everything in place so that I can get an accurate result, and I get 39 errors. And you can see that the errors are not very descriptive. They say things like contrast failed, text clipped. What do I do with that? What you do is you click when you're in the testing environment, you click on Command 9 and it opens up these logs, and you can expand the logs, and then it'll give you verbose information about where you're failing your accessibility. So it'll tell you with the accessibility identifier which is the item that failed for which reason. And so it gets you very quickly to what you need to do to fix your accessibility. So did I achieve my goals for my app? Not yet, right? I have proven to myself manually and with UI tests that my app is not accessible. So let's fix it with AI. I'm going to go through some key terms in prompt engineering. I hope you're familiar with all of them. You may not have ever heard them before with pizza analogies, though, so maybe that'll be new. The first one is temperature. Temperature controls how randomly the model samples from all the possible tokens, so it's like a fuzziness knob. So as the temperature gets higher, the tokens are more likely all to be predicted. If the temperature is lower, it's choosing from a much smaller probability set. So a temperature of 0.2 is going to be plain cheese, right? It's probable that everybody wants cheese on their pizza. If the temperature is higher, like 2.0, you're going to get things like tahini and pine nuts, which are less probable on a pizza. Top P is nucleus sampling, and that's really a group of tokens where their combined probability equals whatever you set as P. So it's a fixed confidence level. So if my top P is very low, 0.1, it's going to choose safe things. It's going to have a small probability that it's going to select from. If it's very high, it's going to choose the more exotic flavors again. There's also top K. Now, I pointed out the error that you'll receive if you try to send this in a network called OpenAI, because OpenAI does not accept top K as an argument. But what it is, and it does make use of it, is a fixed number of choices. So instead of a fixed probability sampling, it's a fixed actual number of choices. So if a pizzeria has 25 possible toppings and you set your top K to 5, you're only going to have access here to the top 5 most popular choices. And then also you need to know about these 3 different aspects of role prompting. You have a system prompt, and then you also have a user prompt. And then with the user prompt, you give context. So it's very important to send both a system prompt and a role prompt, and we'll get into why in just a little bit. But OpenAI has this great dashboard where you can, or it's a playground where you can play around with your prompts and you can see what kind of results that you get. So here you can see my trivia generating prompt. You can see that I'm using a temperature, I'm using top P, I'm using a system message, I'm using a user message. Context is if I continue to add questions in this playground example. And I think this is a really good use case for using prompt engineering in generating code. And the reason that I think so is because it mainly involves view modifiers. It's easy to keep in check with the UI testing. It's easy to keep in check with source control. It's mostly unambiguous. The most probable token is likely going to be correct, and that's why I set my temperature to 0.2 in my prompt. So now I'm going to break apart a prompt that I developed for adding accessibility to my app, and I'm going to walk you step by step through the techniques that I used as I constructed this prompt. So here you can see I'm sending it a system message, a system role, and a user role. And in the system message, I'm telling it that exactly what to do. It has to follow the user's output format exactly. And then in the user role, I'm giving it the entire prompt that I'm about to share with you. So all the context that's going to go is going to go through this prompt that is here a variable that's passed to the user role. So the first part of the prompt is I give it a persona. I say you're a senior Swift UI engineer and you're an expert in accessibility, and that's important. But I also tell it what the task is that it's doing. It's refactoring Swift UI views, and I want it to refactor it in such a way that it conforms to the HIG and also to the WGAC. And I also want it to have, and then I give it a list of tasks. What am I trying to do? You guys remember my goals for my app. I give my goals here to the prompt. I want it to have voiceover, voice control. I want it to have keyboard navigation, assistive access, and best practices for UI testing. The next thing that I do is I give it a step-by-step reasoning, or a way to think through its task. So it's task overview. I'm asking it to reason first and then act second. I'm telling it to first analyze the file, and then I want it to identify and list violations. And to give some context to those violations, I give it 4 categories of violations I want it to be on the lookout for. I tell it I want it to look for control violations, text violations, and these are structured, expected problems. And this tells the AI exactly what kind of problem to solve each time it refactors the view. I also want it to look for navigation and structure violations, and then assistive access violations. So through all 4 of those categories, I'm telling it exactly what the task is and what the parameters of the task. I also give it, I add to the chain of thought here by giving it prompting techniques to use. I tell it to think step by step. There was a study that was done that found that when you tell an AI to think step by step, its probability of returning the correct answer rises 3 times, just by using that phrase, think step by step. But also you want it to reflect and verify. So you want to use your analysis against what you produce. So that reinforces the answer is correct, and it cuts down on hallucinations. And it's a little bit more complicated, and I'll expand on that in just a minute. But here I give it a list of objectives, and I tell it I want it to regenerate the view, and then I give it several examples of how I want it to behave when it regenerates the view. So one example you see here that I've highlighted is I want the voiceover and the voice control to follow a certain style. So I want, instead of it saying double tap to access blank, I want the voice control to respond to and the voiceover to say tap and then the variable answer of my multiple choice trivia quiz. So that the user can just say tap deep dish pizza and they'll be able to tap, it'll be able to tap it through voice control. So I'm giving a style to it through my examples. And you guys have heard of this. This is called few shot prompting. Few shot just means you give it a few examples. There's one shot prompting where you give it one example. And then, of course, there's 0 shot prompting where you give it 0 examples. But I have always found that I get the best results when I'm giving it at least one example to follow. This is from the OpenAI cookbook. It's an interesting piece of information that they found that when you give a few shot prompt, you're going to get much better answers, but also they discussed a strategy called self-taught reasoner, where by giving it the examples, but then also giving it a way to check itself, you give it the ability to reason out its response before it returns the response to you. So with the self-taught reasoner, what you're doing is you are generating answers, and if the answer is wrong, the AI tries again to generate the correct answer and then fine-tunes on those answers as it repeats. So essentially, it's thinking, judging, explaining, and then acting. And one way to accomplish this is through few-shot prompting, but also another way to accomplish it is through explainable AI, or XAI. And I've worked explainable AI into my prompt by adding this part, where I'm requiring it to explain what it's doing. So I've asked it to, as it adds accessibility modifiers to my view, I've asked it to make sure that it's also adding inline comments so that I can see its rationale every time it chooses a different modifier, why it's added that modifier. And that's great for code review too, because my colleagues can read those comments and they can see what those things do. I can read those comments, I can see what those things do, and then I can make a decision whether or not I want to commit this code. So that makes it really useful. And it's not only useful for me as the developer, but it's also useful for the AI. Because as it produces its explanation of what it's doing that star reasoning, where it's asking itself, is this correct? When I give this explanation for why I did this, is that correct? And then it forces it to reconsider, and then it will self-correct. because of the explainability built into it. So if you're doing any kind of prompt crafting, definitely look into explainable AI, because I've found that that has been the best way to reduce hallucinations. And here we see a little bit of information where researchers, like I mentioned before, said that they were able to prove that doing this chain of thought reasoning really improved the responses that they got back. Finally, I added a role for ethical requirements. So as part of the persona, I want the AI to think about the language that it's using in the voiceover and voice control that it adds. So I wanted to make sure that it's not using any sort of language that would be biased or disrespectful, or maybe only understood in certain cultures. So I don't want it to only return information or language that would only be understood in like a Western perspective. So for example, in my app, I don't want it to ever return a label that's normal player versus assisted player. I would want it instead to use a more inclusive language in that label. So you have to structure your output as well as giving it information and examples. So don't just give it some code and ask it to refactor it. Tell it exactly what you want returned. So here, I'm making sure that it's returning the code as a SwiftUI view, the complete class that I have given it. I want it to return, nothing added except for accessibility, nothing omitted for brevity. And then I also want to make sure that it applies its explanations as comments. And then I want to make sure that it doesn't summarize or add anything in addition. And to further reinforce that, I am going to make sure that it knows the difference between the information that I'm giving it and the code that I'm giving it. So I've got these clear delimitors around what is the prompt and what is the code to refactor. One of the common pitfalls in using prompt engineering for refactoring code is giving it too much code. If you give it a lot of code, it's going to hallucinate, and that's why I think this is also a great use case for prompt engineering, because mostly we're modifying SwiftUI views, which is very easy to keep SwiftUI views clean, to keep the separations of concern, to keep them as small as possible, so you're giving your AI a very small chunk of code to work with. Also, it's a common mistake for people not to control the output. So you want to make sure that you're telling it exactly how you want the information to come back. In my case, I'm using a Python script, so I want it to generate its answer as a separate file so that I can just compare the two files and decide if I want to commit the code that was generated. When you are inputting code, like I mentioned before, making sure that you're separating what's the difference between the prompt and what's the difference between the code being input. Another benefit of making that separation very clear is that it can make your prompt more secure. So I want to tell you a little bit about prompt injection right now. And this is a source from IBM. This is a blog post that they wrote about how your prompts can be hijacked. How your prompts can be hijacked, and that people can inject information into your prompt and then make your prompt perform a different output. So if you are interested in securing your prompts, one of the main things that you want to do is you want to make sure that you're using a system role, again. So giving it a system prompt will make it harder for a person to inject into your user prompt to get a different result. The user prompt is never going to override the system prompt. Also, in my particular case, I am making a call to OpenAI from my command line. So I want to make sure that I'm not using my AI key right there in my script. I want to make sure that I'm pulling it in for a separate source. Another thing that you can do is you can add an injection scanner to your script, so you can look for these common phrases that when someone is hijacking a prompt, they're going to use a phrase like disregard above, etc. If it sees any one of those common phrases, it's going to return an error rather than sending the call to OpenAI. So let's have a look at my cute little script. So I'm going to give it the file that I want it to refactor. I had it print the first 10 lines of the code for me so that I could just verify that it was looking at the same file that I was refactoring. Now it's sending the network call, and now we've got the response back. So if we have a look at what it returned, this is my countdown view. You may have remembered from my demo that I have a game show style button that has a countdown in the middle of it that counts down from 3, 2, 1, and then you can buzz in. So this view, to add accessibility to it, the AI response was very detailed. Here you see it gives me the comments in line, and it tells me exactly why it added each thing that it added. And that helps me understand it, but it also keeps the AI honest. It added UI notifications to tell when the countdown is stopped and started. I liked that. It also added this line, combine as children, which makes things easier to navigate with keyboard and also with voice control. Now you're probably thinking right now, what if I just took this class and I put it in ChatGPT and I just said, make this class accessible? What kind of response would we get? So I did that. So you can see, sometimes you do see comments in generated code, but I didn't ask for it, and here I didn't get it. All I asked for here was make this more accessible. And ChatGPT gave me this code back. It is my class. However, the label countdown, I think, is less meaningful than the label time remaining. So it wasn't following my meaningful voiceover instruction. It also did not add the notifications for when the countdown started or ended. So I didn't get any accessibility as far as how the countdown functions. And then finally, there's no update to the tap target. So it's not going to work in assistive access. And it doesn't use combine as children, so it's not adding the keyboard accessibility. And it added conflicting instructions, because it's told us that the text is both static and hidden, when it is neither. So you see what I'm saying here? The more structured your prompt, the more well-crafted your prompt, the better response you're going to get as you're refactoring your code with AI. So as you remember, these were my accessibility goals. Let's see how we did once I went through all of my views and I added accessibility with my prompt. So that's not bad. I was down from 39 errors to 6 errors. And you see I still have some contrast failed errors. And that's because I really like the silly theme and colors of my app, and I just wasn't willing to change them. That's something that I'm going to have to work on in the future. I'll deal with that later. So what do I do if I want to exclude contrast from my perform accessibility audit? You can update those calls so that there's an array there of different types of accessibility traits that we're looking for in this audit. We can give it the array of just the things we're looking for. We can give it the things that we want to subtract from that array. Here I'm going to run the test again and not test for contrast. And you can see as this builds that each one of my tests is going to pass, and I'm going to get this lovely, beautiful green check mark at the end, which is a very satisfying moment. But we'll skip over that. So let's see how it actually played out manually. So here we have the accessibility added to the app, and I'm going to show you my test for voiceover.
Tap game mode.
I'm sorry, voice control. So you hear me controlling the app with my voice.
Pizza. Tap return. Tap start. Tap play. Tap Chicago.
So that worked much better. Now you can also
Question. In 2017, which European country granted official traditional specialty guaranteed TSG status to the classic Neapolitan version of this dish? Tap Italy. Tap European Union. Tap France. Tap Spain. France. 2017, which European country granted official traditional specialty guaranteed TSG status to the classic Neapolitan version of this dish? Quasar Spectre guessed France. The correct answer is European Union.
And that worked much better as well. So I know you're asking, is this 100% AI generated, all this accessibility added by my refactor through my call to OpenAI? And of course not, right? What we want to do is we want to get the 80% done that there's no creativity to. We want to get the 80% out of the way that takes up most of our time, where we could just be copying and pasting from the previous app we made. So the creative part, I used a technique called accessibility representation, because for the context of my app, I wanted to make sure that when the user is using voice control, that they can hear the question and then all 4 of the possible answers read. And I wanted to make sure that they could interact with those 4 questions and choose with voice control if they wanted to, which one they were going to choose. And I could not accomplish that with just the regular accessibility modifiers. And so what I did was I used this technique that's akin to accessibility representation, which we've had since 2021. And you just, you modify a view and then you pass another view through it. And the view that you pass through it represents the view that you are making accessible. And it is not present for users who are not using those accessibility controls. So it doesn't change the UI at all, but it does interact with the accessibility better. So you can take a view and just make it a much more simple view, tell the accessibility reader, read this view instead of this view. In my case, I found the simplest solution was just to make an invisible pixel and give all the accessibility values that I wanted to that pixel. And then I had finally the result that I wanted. All right, so now let's see how we did in assistive access. So like I mentioned, assistive access came out in 2023. It might be one of those frameworks you haven't encountered yet. What it does is it's just a very streamlined version of the iPhone. And a caregiver can set the iPhone up for a person who's using assistive access, and so they have access to the apps that they want. It's much more easy to navigate, and the apps should be easier to use, and they should also work with dynamic type. So here we can see what it looks like. And we can see that all of our views are scaling, they're working, everything works the way that we expect it to work. And anyone who is playing this game in assistive access can play it the same way as if they were playing it in regular access. So, questions?
All right, we have time for a few questions. Anybody want to ask a question to make me run around the room? Oh, it's Zach.
City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air, ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the windy city's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City Day. Deep City Day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast the vibe to something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City Day. Deep City Day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast the vibe to something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, invasion in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City day. Windy City day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd.